If you had told me 2 years ago that I'd be making a video on 2024's Immaculate, I would have probably been like, huh? Really? Don't get me wrong, Immaculate is a perfectly fine film. It's pretty, there's some good performances, there's at least one scene that I would personally call incredible, but in the grand scheme of 2024, Immaculate didn't stand out too much. Especially in the horror sphere. Like, 2024 was a really interesting year for horror movies. Like, I've already made videos on 2 2024 horror movies that I really liked. The Substance also came out that year. The Substance is not only one of my favorite movies, period, but it actually got a Best Picture nomination, which is a really big deal for the horror genre. And then there was also Longlegs, Nosferatu, Terrifier 3, Smile 2. The First Omen. There was absolutely no shortage of extremely memorable horror movies that came out in 2024 that garnered a lot of discussion. In comparison, Immaculate was just kind of there. It existed, it had its moment, but it was quickly eclipsed. So, why, then, do I feel the need to talk about this film now? Well, because Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
Yep, I'm covering celebrity drama on this channel now. I'm not happy about it either, but I have been just so floored by the discussion around Sydney Sweeney since her Genes ad came out. In particular, that virtually none of the discussion has ever mentioned Immaculate. Like, there are some pretty good deep dives out there, but they all just skip over Immaculate. I'm guessing that people outside the horror sphere don't know anything about this movie, or at the very least just think of it as an extremely unremarkable blip in her career. And maybe I am biased because Immaculate was actually my introduction to Sydney Sweeney. So, of course, I'm always going to associate her with this movie. But I really do believe that while Immaculate was nowhere near the most interesting movie of 2024, it is the most interesting part of Sydney Sweeney's career, especially in hindsight. And while I was getting all frustrated that people were missing out on this piece of the puzzle, the thought did occur. I also have a YouTube channel, like, not even just a YouTube channel, but a YouTube channel where I talk about horror movies. So, yeah, this is a thing that is currently happening. Now, I just want to be completely clear. I'm not delving into every single thing happening in this woman's life. Like, yeah, okay, I don't like her taste in men either, but this is gonna be the last time I mention it. This isn't a video about Sydney Sweeney, the celebrity, or even Sydney Sweeney, the person, but Sydney Sweeney, the artist, and what she put out into the world in 2024 that's had me so heated these past few months. What is Immaculate, and what did Sydney Sweeney mean by it? Here's the spoiler list, which is shockingly long this time, sorry. And also some warnings. Proceed with caution, especially if you hold Jesus Christ in your heart or have anxiety about pregnancy or like kids dying or anything like that. This might not be the video for you. Okay, here we go. So, the story of Immaculate actually starts in 2014, 10 years before the movie's release, when a then 16-year-old Sydney Sweeney auditioned for the lead role. She actually got her first callback ever from this film.
And I got my first callback. I was so excited.
But didn't hear anything back after that. Sweeney never forgot about Immaculate, though, and she would have her team check every so often to see if it had ever gotten made.
I would keep calling my team. I was like, hey, did anyone book this? Like, what's going on with it? Did they ever make Immaculate? And they're like, oh no, we haven't heard anything.
While filming season 2 of The Handmaid's Tale, she was watching Elizabeth Moss work as a producer and started to imagine herself doing that with Immaculate someday.
And I saw how active Elizabeth Moss was on set as a producer, as a creative, and I was so inspired. But then I also started dreaming up how I'd want to shoot Immaculate, and I was like, why am I thinking about Immaculate? Like, 4 years later.
Which inspired her to contact writer Andrew LaBelle and get the rights to the script. Apparently this process took a couple of years, but she seemed to have gotten the rights around 2020, because that was apparently when she got David Bernard on board while they were shooting The White Lotus.
It was a couple-year process of trying to get the script, and then when I was on set for White Lotus, the producer Dave Bernard, we were talking and he's like, we should make a horror film. So, wow, funny you say that, I have a script.
2020 was also when Sweeney, having recently found success on the HBO show Euphoria, started her own production company, 50/50 Films. Originally, 50/50 Films' first production was meant to be an adaptation of the book They Wish They Were Us, which, at the time of me recording this, hasn't come out yet, though as of 2025, it still seems to be happening. The first project that Sweeney produced that was actually released was the romantic comedy Anyone But You. But Immaculate was filmed first, and it was the first film produced under the 50/50 Films banner. So, Sweeney considers Immaculate to be the first film that she's ever produced.
And
You really
I
worked
hired
hard.
a director. Yeah, I produced, it was my first thing I ever produced. It was amazing.
Sweeney also brought on the other financiers. One was the aforementioned David Bernard, who was a producer on The White Lotus, which featured Sweeney in season 1. And another was Jonathan DeVito, whom Sweeney was engaged to at the time. Sweeney reached out to Michael Mohan, who she had previously worked with on both the Netflix series Everything Sucks and the Amazon original thriller The Voyeurs. She apparently just texted him out of the blue asking if he wanted to direct a horror film.
I then texted Michael Mohan, our director, who I worked with on Voyeurs and Everything Sucks. And I said, hey, do you want to do a horror film?
And he was completely into the idea, though he did end up making some changes to the script.
And within 24 hours, he sent me this incredible visual pitch deck. It's like 20, 30 pages of all of his ideas of how he would update the script, how he visually would shoot it, references, and it was exactly how I saw it in my mind.
One major change was the location. Originally, the film was supposed to be set in Ireland,
So originally it was set in Ireland.
but it ended up being changed to Italy. However, that might have been done before Mohan got on board, since in the director's commentary, he talks about the script he read being set in Rome.
Basically, it was one of those things where she was overcoming past trauma. Like her parents died, she had to be sent to this Catholic school out in Rome because a family member lived there.
But the biggest change happened after Mohan got involved. As mentioned before, Sweeney was a literal teenager when she auditioned for this role, and the story would have had her character getting sent to a boarding school after the death of her parents.
Her parents died and she got sent to this boarding school, and then the basis and the groundwork is pretty much the same.
Now, Sweeney isn't a stranger to playing a teenager as an adult. That's basically what she did in the first 2 seasons of Euphoria, and also Madam Web, which came out just a few weeks before Immaculate.
We'll be okay, Julia. We don't need a babysitter.
Oh yeah, sure, just 3 teenagers alone in the woods. Definitely not the opening of a horror film.
She very easily could have just done the same thing here. I don't think anyone would have cared much, but in interviews, Sweeney said that she wanted to update the character to reflect how she is now.
When I got my hands on the script, I knew that I needed to update it because I wasn't 16 anymore.
Which is fair enough. It has been 10 years since she auditioned for it. But I guess the real reason for the age change is that Michael Mohan didn't think that the audience would buy Sweeney as a high school virgin, since she played a very hypersexualized character in Euphoria.
I didn't think that the public was going to accept her as, I think they could accept her in high school. She did a pretty good job in Madam Web, I thought. But specifically a high school virgin, and I know I hope that doesn't come out as crass, but, after seeing Cassie in Euphoria and after seeing, the Voyeurs, I just thought that was a bridge too far, or it would take a lot of explanation to in the story to justify how she was a virgin.
So the decision was made to age up her character and turn her into a nun, since Mohan thought that was the only way the audience would accept Sweeney as a virgin.
And yes, you buy that she's a virgin. You don't even question it because she's wearing that costume and she's so different from the persona that you currently see Sydney as.
Kinda weird, and also not really what ended up happening. Like, I remember a lot of people at the time thought it was funny that Sweeney was playing a nun.
I play Cecilia.
Yes.
I'm a nun.
You play a nun.
I play a nun.
Yes.
It makes a lot of sense.
I think perfect.
And the joke is obviously that this feels like such a departure from anything you've done.
I play a nun, so it's perfect casting.
Even outside her role in Euphoria, Sydney Sweeney was best known for playing sexualized characters. Even in her and Mohan's previous projects, that's what she was cast as. And if she wasn't being sexualized, she was usually playing a troubled teenager, or just someone completely unhinged.
I feel like people only see me as the girl on TV who screams, cries, and has sex. Sometimes it's all three at the same time.
So, Sweeney playing a meek nun in her mid-20s is definitely a role most people wouldn't expect from her. And that's exactly what Sweeney wanted. She talks a lot in interviews about how she likes taking on roles that are the exact opposite of how people see her.
I always like to find things that are unexpected. Character, story. That's the fun thing about acting, is being someone that you're not. And so I don't want to play the same character over and over again. I always choose characters because they scare me and they challenge me in new ways. But I always find that the ones that I want are not the ones I'm getting offered. They're the ones that I have to fight for. And they're the ones that I have to either make myself.
So if they're only going to offer you what you just did, you're never going to do two in a row.
Yeah, it's not fun at all.
I think I'm really excited for people to see a different side of me too.
Yeah.
And we have seen several of her movies where she's done just that. But her role as Sister Cecilia is one of the most notable examples of Sweeney going out of her way to present herself as different than the public perceives her. Immaculate was filmed around February of 2023, and Neon picked the film up for distribution in December of 2023. It premiered at South by Southwest on March 12, 2024, and then got its wide theatrical release 10 days later on March 22nd, 2024, which was right before Holy Week. Very fitting. Immaculate is an Easter movie. It did pretty well. It's been reported that Immaculate was made on a budget of around $9 to $10 million. It made about $5 million its opening weekend, and somewhere between $25 million and $35 million overall. It was actually Neon's best opening weekend ever, at least until Longlegs overtook it a few months later. Now, the plot of this movie is basically that Sweeney's character, Sister Cecilia, is invited to move into a convent in Italy by Father Tedeschi. Because they have an opening now, for, some reason. She ends up befriending another nun named Sister Gwen, and finds herself under the ire of a nun named Sister Isabel. The convent is apparently in possession of one of the nails that was used to crucify Jesus, and then Sister Cecilia gets pregnant without having any sex. She is just, with child. The higher-ups deem this a miracle, and Cecilia is crowned the new Virgin Mary. She is less than thrilled by this, and so is Isabel, who attempts to drown her in a fit of jealousy. Isabel then, allegedly, jumps to her death. But Gwen finds this suspicious, along with the fact that Cecilia is constantly denied access to a hospital.
Hospitals aren't the safest of places. We wouldn't want you to get sick.
Gwen causes a scene and is promptly punished by having her tongue cut off. Cecilia, desperate to escape, fakes a miscarriage to try and force them to drive her to a hospital, but they figure out her plan and recapture her. It's explained that the baby inside Cecilia is a clone of Jesus Christ that they made with the DNA they found on the Holy Nail. Every other attempt ended with the new baby Jesus deformed and dead, but they assure Cecilia that it's definitely going to work this time.
What's inside you is our success.
They brand the bottom of Cecilia's feet, and she spends the last few months of her pregnancy locked away. After confronting the Cardinal during a confession, Cecilia decides that it's time to go on a murderous rampage, and she does exactly that, with her water breaking in the process.
God damn it.
She lights both Tedeschi and his lab on fire, but Tedeschi manages to escape and chases Cecilia down into the catacombs. He catches her and attempts to cut the baby out of her belly, but she manages to kill him with the Jesus nail. Cecilia limps outside, where she painfully gives birth to a baby that does not seem super healthy. Cecilia then picks up a rock and, well, there's no delicate way to say this. She squishes the baby Jesus with the rock. The end. Okay, so obviously we're going to be diving into some religious themes here, and I should probably disclose what exactly I'm bringing to the table. I am not Catholic. I was raised Greek Orthodox, which is a completely different beast than Catholicism. Like, we don't take confession. Our Easter is almost always on a completely different day. We do our first communion at like 6 months old, and we dunk our babies in giant chalices of water. My family stopped going to church when I was about 11 anyways, and nowadays I'm pretty agnostic. So yeah, it's not like I know a lot about any of this. Fortunately, one of my best friends is a devout Catholic, and she agreed to serve as a consultant on this video. So, hopefully I don't say anything too stupid. The film was shot on location in and around Rome, with the convent being portrayed by Villa Parisi, a pretty popular filming location being used in a few of her movies. The catacombs Cecilia runs into during the climax were real, actual catacombs. In fact, they were so far underground that the cast and crew would run out of oxygen and had to keep going to the surface to get air.
Every hour and a half, we would have to leave. We'd have to come back up to the surface because it was deemed like there's not enough oxygen down there.
And we're apparently breathing in dead people dust the entire time.
When we wrapped, when we were all going back to our cars, everybody was like, we were all blowing our noses and it looked like mud because it was the particulate of dead bodies we had breathed in and had gone through our sinuses.
Mohan and Sweeney were doing some location scouting, I guess just like checking out random places looking for inspiration.
We were brought to, he was like, you should just check this out, because we were changing the script, so we were open to all of these opportunities.
And they thought that the catacombs were cool, so they changed the climax of the movie to take place there and added a line to the beginning to set them up.
All of this, it was built on the catacomb of St. Stephen.
Catacombs?
It's off limits.
There were a lot of last-minute changes to the film. Actually, Mohan received the script just 3 months before shooting.
Literally, she sent me the script 3 months before I was touching ground in Rome.
And since they had decided to change the script from being about a high school to a convent, he, Sweeney, and the other producers were spending a lot of time in between shoots revising the material.
And I want to say, the script was great. It just, we had to do a lot of the work to the script to make her a nun and what that experience was like. And we were learning about the character, we were learning about all these things, and we had to sort of adapt on the fly. And so there'd be moments where we would shoot, a long day, get back to the hotel, and like literally it would be she, myself, and Johnny. Sometimes Dave would be on the phone too, and we'd be trying to figure out how best to work on the script for the next day's pages. And
the shoot itself was rushed due to Sweeney having to film Anyone But You immediately after.
Really crazy is I wrapped that movie on a Friday, and then on Monday I was filming Anyone But You.
So some scenes had to be filmed in 1 day.
So here's the thing. So we had 7 hours to shoot this. That's how much time we had.
1 hour.
Unfortunately, we only had 90 minutes to shoot this scene.
Some were only filmed in 1 take. More on one of those later. So the fact that all the performances are as solid as they are does speak to the overall talent of the cast. And of the crew too. Despite the rushed production, the movie looks very, very pretty. Immaculate cinematographer Elijah Christian was actually Mohan's college roommate and has worked on all of Mohan's films. He did an excellent job capturing the beauty and majesty of the convent in the early parts of the film. The Catholics did go off with the aesthetics, I must admit. Cecilia's crowning ceremony is gorgeous. I didn't go to film school, so I don't really have the language to explain, like, the technicalities of why this works, but trust me when I say that this whole scene has lived in my head rent-free the past 2 years. Whenever I think of this movie, the visual of Sweeney decked out in gold and crying into the camera is always what I think of. I've also always loved the POV shot of Isabel's coffin being carried out. Like, I distinctly remember watching this in the theater and going, ooh, in my head during this whole part. And the music in this movie is beautiful too. It was done by Will Bates, who had worked with Mohan and Sweeney previously on The Voyeurs. And I genuinely forgot how good it was until I rewatched this movie, and it just completely blew me away. The music playing during the montage of Cecilia settling into the convent in particular, like, I love how it's creepy, but at the same time playful, even kind of whimsical. And that fits well into Cecilia having fun with Gwen, while slowly starting to get a sense that something here isn't quite right. This is an efficient-ass montage. We see creepy stuff, we're introduced to the convent's doctor, and the chickens, both of which become important later. We also get to see what day-to-day life at the convent looks like, since after this, Cecilia learns she's pregnant and is excused from her duties.
Remember, your only job is baby.
So we're immediately taken away from what the other nuns are doing. This quick little montage does so much legwork to make this location feel like an actual place where people are working and living and dying. It also gets across so much character for Gwen and Cecilia in such a short amount of time. Who wants to hear my queer analysis of Immaculate?
Lesbians.
Life is so cruel. Only a man can be responsible.
Lesbians.
You ever had Congress with a man?
I've not broken my vows. I've never been with a man or a woman, nobody.
Bisexual.
I told y'all 2024 was the year of the queer woman. This montage is the only time that we really get to see Cecilia act like a person. She's goofing around, laughing, and then deadly somber when she loses her first hospice patient. Cecilia's fear and uncertainty around death was introduced earlier in the film.
So we expect her to meet God by the end of the week.
You talk about it so casually.
Death is a part of everyday life here.
But we see it cemented here, not just with the elderly nun dying, but with her reaction to the chicken being slaughtered and her being unable to do the same.
I'm sorry, I can't.
An obvious contrast to how she ends up later in the film. So yeah, great little montage, very, very good at getting across a lot of information all at once and setting up an arc for the main character. But unfortunately, the rest of the movie strives to be just as efficient, and I think that is ultimately my biggest problem with this film. It is paced way too fast, which I know is a weird complaint. Most people, including myself, like it when movies are paced quickly. It keeps the story from dragging and prevents the audience from getting bored. But Immaculate just goes by too quickly. I distinctly remember when I watched this movie in the theater, when the climax was starting, I was so shocked that we were there already, and I thought to myself, wow, I literally don't think I care about any of these people. And it's not hard to get me to care. Like, my god, I was a sobbing mess when Melissa died in Hell House LLC, and she only got like 4 lines. But I just didn't feel like I got to know Cecilia at all, or anyone else for that matter. And the few scenes we do have to learn about the characters were very nearly cut out of the film. Cecilia's introductory scene, for example, when she's being questioned by the Italian border guards. Mohan thought it was much more eerie to go right from the opening credits to Cecilia driving up to the convent.
In my original cut of the movie, I had actually cut all of this stuff out. I went from the, just straight from the coffin directly to this shot right here. And it created a bit of the film definitely felt a lot more foreboding.
And maybe that would be true, but I would argue that there is a lot of character set up in this introductory scene. We see what's in Cecilia's suitcase before we meet the actual character. There's a book showing us she's learning Italian, a Bible she has stuffed with childhood photos, a stuffed cat that looks pretty well loved, most likely a comfort object she kept from her youth. Not a lot of character here per se, but it does get across a sort of childlike innocence. It also introduces the idea that Cecilia is completely over her head coming to this country when she immediately shows that despite her having the Italian book, she doesn't speak Italian.
Do you speak English?
And then admits learning the language was harder than she expected it to be.
I'm trying, but it's a lot harder than I thought.
We also see Cecilia's conviction to her faith here, that she feels like becoming a nun was something she was meant to do.
I don't think of it like that as a decision.
And it also sets up that Cecilia is looking for her purpose in life, something that ends up becoming her main arc through the whole movie.
I know God saved me for a reason, but I guess I'm still searching for what that reason is.
And yes, we do see that Cecilia doesn't speak Italian pretty quickly after she arrives at the convent.
I'm sorry.
She says you're pretty.
We find out about her backstory and her conviction to figuring out what she's meant to do. Technically speaking, we don't really need the scene of her coming into the country to get the whole story. But it does set these story beats up early, and also shows us Cecilia interacting with people outside of the church. Something that does not happen again once she arrives at the convent. And we see these border guards objectify her.
Che sprego. Hai visto quanto è bella?
The convent goes on to objectify her throughout the rest of the movie, but this scene shows that it's not a problem solely contained to the church. Gwen actually became a nun due to being mistreated by men.
He hit me. I hit him back, and I thought, these women have a very good life. They have a place to live, a job where they can keep their clothes on.
Tragic then that she ends up being dragged away by the men of the church and murdered when she refuses to conform to their system. The church is patriarchal and misogynistic, but the women in this movie were being treated badly by the rest of the world before they arrived. And this is the only scene where we get to see that firsthand. Both Sweeney and the female editors fought for the scene to remain in the film, and Mohan eventually gave in.
All of the women on the editorial team and Sydney herself talked about how important that moment was, and obviously we put it back in the movie, and it's fine.
He also wanted to cut out Gwen's introduction.
Oh, ciao.
Which is crazy because this scene gives Gwen so much personality, especially in contrast to Cecilia. She's a lot more cynical, outspoken, self-deprecating.
I think that maybe we are all head cases or runaways.
Which one are you?
Both.
But she's also kind and protective towards Cecilia. When she says something mildly rude, she immediately apologizes.
Oh, I didn't want to offend you.
Cecilia also proves to have a little bit of a backbone here too.
I think that maybe we are all head cases or runaways.
Which one are you?
Honestly, in hindsight, it's really obvious that this movie used to take place in a school. Like, the shy new girl meets a cool, rebellious chick smoking in the bathroom. Yeah, that is definitely a very high school coded scene. And Isabel would have been the mean popular girl. I can see it. I can see it now. This scene also introduces Gwen's dislike of men. When she finds out Cecilia's old parish closed, she just immediately assumes that the priest did something.
Did the priest get in trouble?
And then it also sets up that there might be something going on with Father Tedeschi, since Gwen implies he only invites vulnerable women to join his parish.
He has a talent, sniffing out broken birds.
So yeah, I would argue that there's some important stuff in here, and apparently the reason Mohan didn't want the scene in the film was because he thought that the transition from the previous scene into the next scene looked better without it.
I did try to cut this scene out of the movie too, just because the transition from the last scene into the, like without it, that transition is really nice.
Mohan was more focused on the direction of the film instead of on the story and characters. He was making decisions based on what looked good and not what worked for the emotions of the story. Producer David Bernard ended up having to fight for the characters, and Mohan does admit in the commentary that Bernard was right, and having well-developed characters is more important than having a good-looking movie.
Sometimes like directorial elegance has to be sacrificed in favor of character, and that's really what I learned in this process through working with David Bernard. He was the one fighting for character over directorial, you know, my shit. So, and he was right. He was right. Audiences want to care about the people that they go on this journey with, and just simply spending time with them in the opening act is how you do that.
But Mohan also talks a lot about how proud he is that the movie is short.
And so to do it in this efficient way also like simply gets me from point A to point B faster. You know, and that was something I really wanted to be cognizant of. I wanted this film to be short. Again, I wanted the movie to be short, and you can do things really, really efficiently. And literally, she looks over at the door is open. Okay, that's good enough for me. I'm gonna go on my reign of terror.
The movie is so short, right? Like the goal was to make something lean and mean. And like all of the boring parts of most horror movies, we just don't have in our movie. And we expect audiences who are smart to be able to go from point A to point B to point C without like making them like wait.
That he likes short movies because you have time afterwards to get dinner and talk about the film.
I love going to see long movies too. Like I'll go see Killers of the Flower Moon and it's like, 3.5 hours and you're settled in. But that's like all you're doing with your night. You're not going to go out and then talk about the movie because you have to get home. And so the movie actually doesn't like resonate in your brain for as significant of a period of time because it's a lot to have taken in. But with a movie like this, which is like so short, you can go out and get a drink afterwards and talk about it. You can go out for dinner and you have the time to actually engage about what you just saw.
And then he hates slow burn horror films because you spend the whole time waiting for the actual horror to show up.
I don't want to see a slow burn horror. I want to, because every time I see a slow burn horror, I'm just like waiting for the horror to show up.
I kind of wonder if this sort of attitude is why there are so many jump scares in the film. Which was one of the biggest complaints from horror fans.
And now moving on to the negatives. The main one, which I've already hinted at, there is a number of jump scares in this movie, and they're far from the most egregious jump scares that I've seen, but it's always disappointing when you see a film that clearly has the knowledge on how to build a sense of dread and build some unnerving discomfort in the audience without resulting to some of those more traditional cliche studio tricks.
But a few of the moments they felt like they were supposed to be earnestly scary, and I did not feel that way, particularly because they relied either on like, ooh, creepy old lady, or jump scares. And I was like, did James Wan direct the first 2 acts of this movie? Or
first up, the worst thing about this movie is the jump scares. If this did not have those jump scares, it would hands down be probably one of the top horror movies of the year that I could anticipate.
And horror fans don't necessarily mind jump scares. Like Weapons had some great jump scares that people absolutely loved.
What the fuck?
The Smile movies are popular despite being mostly jump scares. And Sinister, although it does have some dumb fucking jump scares at points, do not get me wrong, does have the lawnmower scene, which is considered one of the scariest movie moments of all time. And yeah, it's pretty much just a jump scare. people don't mind jump scares. It's lazy jump scares that they don't like. Ones that are just a loud noise and nothing else. And a lot of the jump scares in Immaculate are like this.
This is a movie that has a lot of jump scares that don't follow through with anything horrific. It's just like people popping into frame, the birds, all of that. It's just a waste of time.
I'm not going to necessarily blame Mohan. He also dislikes some of the jump scares.
This is another scene I tried to cut out of the movie. Just because, again, we're playing the hits, here comes the bird smashing into the window, but
Sweeney and the other producers were actually the ones who wanted a lot of the jump scares in the film.
And so I wanted to make sure that the Immaculate had the ride of all the scares that you love from early 70s horror films. You have the jump scares.
I give Sydney and David Burnett and Johnny DeVino, they deserve the credit because they were the ones that were saying, with this movie, if we put jump scares in the movie and if we do it tastefully, that will really help the audience, buy into it.
It's fine. This is, Sydney especially, she really wanted a lot of jump scares in the movie, and she hired me to do that, and I figured it out. I figured it out, and it was a lot of fun.
But regardless, I can see where the idea that the audience doesn't want to wait to be scared could lead to jump scares being sprinkled in throughout the runtime.
And especially if there aren't any jump scares to sort of lubricate the journey for me, I do find my own patience getting tested.
Now, there's a few reasons that slower paced movies might have their fans. I brought this up to one of my friends because she's a big fan of Iron Lung, and she said that if there's something presented up front that the audience can hold on to, such as an intriguing mystery, then the audience will be invested until they get the payoff. Sinners, which was one of the most beloved horror movies from last year, takes an extremely long time to get to the horror. It's basically a historical drama for half the runtime. But because you get to see a flash of the violence from the end of the movie in the beginning, you are left interested in how exactly the story gets to that. And when you finally do get to the payoff, it's worth the wait. It's fun, crazy, violent, and thematically rich. And Immaculate does have that hook right in the beginning. The movie opens with a nun trying to escape and then getting buried alive. And that brings up some questions, like, why is this nun trying to escape? Why is she punished so brutally for doing so? Who are these red masked figures? What the fuck is going on here? And while not all these questions are answered completely, more on that later, Immaculate does have a bombastic and crazy ending. There is a good payoff. I do genuinely think that there's enough here that the audience would put up with some longer scenes. But I do think what's probably more important than a hook is the feel of the movie. Yeah, most of Sinners might be set up, but the setup is interesting. You want to know more about these people. You like spending time with them. And as such, you actually give a damn when the vampires show up. You don't want any of these people to die, and it's absolutely devastating when it starts happening. Sinners created a world, and it's a world that people like spending time in. Robert Eggers' movies are definitely slow burns, but he puts so much effort into recreating the time periods his stories take place in and is able to create such a mood that a lot of people like just existing in his worlds for long periods of time. Iron Lung and the similarly slow-paced Skinamarink are both movies that are known for having a very vague form of storytelling and long stretches of time where very little happens, but are nonetheless praised by fans for their nightmarish, claustrophobic, and existential atmospheres. People don't mind waiting for the horror if there's enough feeling, character, and mystery in the rest of the movie to latch onto, which I do feel like Mohan should understand because both the original Vanishing and Rosemary's Baby were big influences on Immaculate, and those are pretty slow burn movies. Rosemary's Baby is even over 2 hours long. The montage in Immaculate is great for seeing the convent in action, but that's kind of all we get for giving this setting any character. I mean, we have this gorgeous location in the Italian countryside, fitted with the Catholic aesthetic and beautiful music to boot. There should be so much atmosphere in this film. There should be atmosphere dripping from this film, but there just isn't. Because the movie is going at such a breakneck pace, there isn't any time to breathe, any time to just linger in the scene and feel what the characters are feeling. And I think that makes it hard to relate to them. I mean, Cecilia gets her feet branded after her escape attempt, and we do spend a moment with her panicking after being locked up, which I appreciate. But then we immediately jump forward several months, and Cecilia's feet don't seem to be bothering her anymore, since she's running around murdering people without any problem. It takes away any weight this horrific action could have had if any effect it had on the main character is just skipped over. I understand 9 months is a long span of time to show in film, and there does have to be some time jumps, but I wish we could have had just a little bit more time to watch her wallow in the betrayal, struggle with her new disability, just something to give both Cecilia and the audience a moment to let it sink in how bad her situation really is. I wish the gaps in her emotional state were filled in a little bit more too, since when we leave her after the branding, she's desperate and terrified. But next we see her, she's angry.
What's gonna happen when it's done? You think it's gonna save the world? End it? This is not God's work.
Considering how important Cecilia's anger is for the climax, I really wish we could have seen it build. Mohan does say that they didn't have time to put in a montage of Cecilia being mistreated after the branding.
And one of the things that's incredibly truncated is her decision to rage. You know, other movies you might have like a montage showing like what her life is like now that she's held prisoner, and we just didn't have the time to shoot any of that.
But honestly, even something as simple as a brief scene of Cecilia being forced to continue going along with the Virgin Mary role, and everyone around her celebrating the baby and completely ignoring her pain, would go a long way. I just wish we could have spent more time with Cecilia during the fallout of this horrific action, or any of the horrific actions. We don't really see her grieve Gwen, and she doesn't have any time to properly react to the fact that she was impregnated against her will before she's immediately tortured and locked away. And Immaculate is pretty damn short. It's only an hour and 20 minutes, not including credits, but even with the credits, it's still less than an hour and a half. They genuinely could have just slowed down, let us absorb the atmosphere, and give us some breather room to feel what Cecilia feels, and it would still be a short movie. But it would be a short movie where the characters feel like real people and the violence feels like it has actual stakes and consequences. Speaking of the branding, it does also annoy me that it doesn't really make any sense within the universe. Okay, so early on, Cecilia notices that there are scars shaped like crosses on the bottoms of an old woman's feet. And then later, after Cecilia attempts to escape, they brand the bottom of her feet. So yeah, like setup, payoff, cool. And I remember sitting in the theater like, wow, so they've been trying to do this baby thing for so long that even the elderly nuns were once victims to it. Isn't that a horrifying thought, to be trapped in a baby mill for decades? But then I realized, wait a second, didn't he literally just say that they've been doing this for 20 years?
It's taken us 20 years of trial and error.
These elderly nuns are essentially in hospice. That's what this convent is. It's a place for very old nuns to pass peacefully.
Our Lady of Sorrows was founded in 1632 as a refuge for elder sisters before their transition to heaven.
Meaning, they're probably what, like 80 to 90 years old? So when the operation started, they would have been around like 60 to 70 years old. Way past the point that they would be carrying a child. So why are the bottoms of their feet branded? Like, is it because they're old and wandering off? The brand clearly isn't stopping them from doing that, and in fact, the old lady with the branded feet clearly knows about the baby operation and seems totally cool with it. It's not like she's going to try and stop them or run away. I genuinely don't know why her feet are branded. A lot of the mystery and spooky imagery in this movie is the same. Like, it looks creepy, but if you think about it for more than a few minutes, you realize it doesn't make any sense. Cecilia's nightmare, for example. There's some creepy imagery here, and when you look back at it after the reveal, you kind of realize, like, oh my god, that must have been when they were putting the baby inside of her. That's horrifying. But then you think about it a little bit more, and it's just like, why were their hands all over her face? You know, I don't have a biology degree, but I know that typically pregnancy doesn't start in the mouth. This isn't a trauma movie. I'm not saying that Sydney Sweeney should have been getting groped here or whatever. Like, there must have been a better way to show abstractly what would have been happening to her body at this moment. And originally there was. The dream sequence in the script had Cecilia in a field getting drawn and quartered.
I mean, originally in the script, we had wanted to do something where she was sort of wheeled out into a field and then drawn and quartered.
And I think that would have worked fine, you know, because that would have had her being stretched out into an extremely vulnerable position. Similar to how the rapist in Saw 4 is drawn and quartered as a way to resemble what he did to his victims. Unfortunately, this idea had to be scrapped due to just not having enough time to film it.
Our production could not have withstood what would probably end up being about 2 days for this, for what would be like a 20-second sequence.
So we got hands, face instead. I guess if I was going to try to be generous, I would say that, like, maybe the hands on her mouth could mean that they're trying to keep her quiet during their fucked up little ceremony. And, like, maybe she feels a sharp pain while they're impregnating her, and that's why she dreams that she's being stabbed. But I don't know. I feel like I'm having to do a lot of work to justify this imagery. It should make perfect sense to me on a rewatch. This should all click into place once the big reveal happens, but it doesn't. Same thing with the masked red figures. Who are these people? The movie won't tell me. We see them a few times throughout the film. First, when Sister Mary tries to escape, they break her leg and bury her alive. Cecilia sees someone prostrating wearing the mask, and they show up in her nightmare while they're impregnating her. Cecilia sees one pulling a Halloween. She sees them in a window like 2 seconds before Isabel dies. And then later, she watches them cut out Gwen's tongue. And that's it. Like, unless I'm missing something, we don't see them after this. Tedeschi explains the whole entire plot to Cecilia, but doesn't mention the red masks. Cecilia kills everyone involved in the conspiracy, but not the people in the red masks. The red masked figures don't even come after Cecilia. She literally gets caught in the act by the doctor.
Oh my god.
Who also doesn't get killed? That's weird. But you'd think that he'd go to get the red masked nuns to take care of Cecilia. But no, I guess not. They were all after Sister Mary quietly trying to sneak out the gate. But Cecilia's running around kill-billing everyone in the convent, and they don't do shit about it. Now, I feel like the most obvious reading would be that these are the convent's weird torture outfits, since more often than not they're seen when someone is getting killed and or tortured. But no one knew that Sister Mary was going to try to escape that night, or at least as far as the movie shows us. It's not as if she was captured and they put the outfits on to punish her. No, they were chasing her to the gates already in those outfits. So either they were just hanging out in them when they happened to notice her running, or they put on the outfit specifically to chase her. And also, Father Tedeschi didn't dress like that when he branded Cecilia's feet. The dude who was heating up the cross isn't dressed like that. So obviously they don't wear the outfits every single time they torture someone. Just sometimes, when they feel like it. Cecilia seeing them right before Isabel dies wasn't even in the script. It was added last minute after David Bernard suggested it.
This shot was David Bernard's idea, where just she looks up and she sees two red-veiled nuns looking down. It wasn't slated to be there.
Which was a good suggestion, because it does at least give the illusion of internal consistency. Like, yes, Isabel is about to die. Of course the red masked figures would be there. They would be the ones killing her after all. But the consistency completely falls apart if you think about it for more than like 2 minutes. And not even with just where they appear, but also what they do with their victims. Throughout the movie, we see these masked figures get rid of 3 women. Sister Mary in the beginning of the movie is buried alive, Isabel is pushed and framed like she jumped, and Gwen is tortured to death. Now, I understand that this is a horror movie, and the audience expects a variety of kills. That's totally fine. But why is it that 2 of the women are disappeared, but Isabel gets an extremely public death to cover up involvement from the church? I mean, seemingly, most of the people at the convent are in on this, right? Gwen isn't, but Isabel knows how the baby really got into Cecilia. This old lady seems to know what's going on, so why wouldn't most of the other nuns be in on it too? Shouldn't it just be completely normal that if someone causes problems with the baby operation, they just go away? Why would they have to make it look like Isabel threw herself off of a building, but they seemingly didn't have to make up anything to explain Gwen's disappearance? Cecilia goes looking for Gwen after she was dragged away and finds her room cleaned out. And never at any point does anyone say anything like, "Oh, Gwen's never been happy here. She just decided to leave last night." Like, even if this was just a show for Cecilia to keep her from getting suspicious, Cecilia had expressed concern about the fact that Isabel had tried to drown her, and Tedeschi responded,
You're right, and I'll make sure this never happens again.
So, literally, they could have just told her, "Oh, we kicked Isabel out because she's dangerous," and it would have been infinitely less suspicious than what they ended up doing. If anything, I'd think that Cecilia would be more concerned about Gwen going missing, considering she's her best friend. Logically, Gwen should have been the one pushed from the roof, right? The more I think about it, the less sense these deaths make. Even the methods of disposal, like, why did they go through the effort of putting Mary in a coffin, but Gwen just got dumped in the catacombs? At first, I was wondering if maybe there was something symbolic with these women's deaths. Gwen was talking too much, so they cut off her tongue. That's easy. Mary was trying to leave, so they put her in the ground, dooming her to be trapped at the convent forever. Isabel was jealous, so she got a death that got her a lot of attention. That was a huge stretch. But no, as it turns out, the entire reason for the buried alive death is that being buried alive is scary. It's a reference to the 1988 movie The Vanishing, and Mohan wanted the opening to be as bleak as possible in order to set the tone for the rest of the film.
But because our film gets so bleak at the end, I wanted just this last beat to of just simple suffering, honestly, to show the audience hey, we're not kidding around here. This movie's gonna go to some, yes, it's a popcorn horror movie, but it's gonna go to a little bit of a darker place than you're typically used to.
And yeah, it does the job. The screaming over the opening credits is effective. I wish maybe we learned more about Sister Mary later on in the movie, though. I assume she was meant to carry the baby, just like Cecilia, because she's staying in the same room with the Virgin Mary on the wall, and I guess her name is literally Mary, that's a little on the nose. I would also assume that she isn't actually pregnant yet, considering they kill her when she tries to escape. Considering how the convent's entire goal is to get a healthy baby, they aren't going to kill the mother before the child is born. They don't kill pregnant Cecilia after she tries to escape. And even when Tedeschi wants Cecilia dead, he tries to cut the baby out first. Granted, they impregnated Cecilia the night she arrived at the convent, so if Mary isn't pregnant, I don't know what the holdup is. The only thing that Mary has to do with the plot at all is that she hides a Bible verse behind the painting in Cecilia's room, and Cecilia finds it later. And by find, I mean the painting just kind of fell down at a convenient time. That's actually a super lazy way of getting that plot beat in there. Cecilia was already suspicious.
Open your eyes. I don't trust this place.
I don't think we can just leave.
Why couldn't she have just been searching and found it herself? Actually, at this point, Cecilia has already been almost drowned, and she watched the nun who almost killed her die, and she watched her best friend get dragged away when she tried to defend her. She really doesn't need the Bible verse to infer that there's something wrong here. Mary's only contribution to the story is kind of unnecessary. And I do support horror movies basically starting off with a little short that's only tangentially related to the main plot in order to set a dark tone. That's pretty much the exact same thing that Terrifier 3 did, but not if it contradicts the rest of the movie. And even Michael Mohan says in the commentary that it kind of does.
One thing I would criticize this convent for is that they don't really have a universal way of disposing bodies. Because in the first scene, they give her the decency of a coffin, and in this scene with Simona, and for Benedetta, they just plop her into a random cubicula. And
yes, I understand that there were a lot of last-minute script changes and that the production was rushed, but this is still the film we ended up with, and I do find the fact that there are so many questions left unaddressed legitimately distracting. I don't know if these scenes and plot points just needed a few extra minutes to be fleshed out, or maybe an extra scene or two could have been added so that they could be explained better. But also, I don't know if that scene would even make it into the movie, considering that Mohan wanted to keep the film as short as possible. Mohan wanted to make a beautifully directed movie that was quick and got to the scary parts as fast as possible, and he absolutely succeeded in that. But what we ended up with is something with barely any character, no atmosphere, horror scenes that aren't related to each other, and villains with little to no internal logic. However, there is one scene in this movie that is pure perfection, and that would be the ending. The ending saved this movie, and this ending wasn't in the original script. No, actually, this was Mohan's idea.
I mean, this was the one thing, there were a couple things when I first read the script that I wanted to do to it, and the main one was, changing the ending.
And he's the one who actually brought the ending as an idea.
I don't know what the original ending was, but Mohan says it was conservative.
The script was, it was originally a studio movie, and so it had a much more conservative It wrapped up in a much more conservative way.
I don't know exactly what that means, but when they got the rights to the script, they didn't have to answer to any big studios, so they could make it as dark as they wanted.
We're making this movie independently, so let's fucking go for it. No one's telling us not to do this.
Now, they did film an alternate ending just in case the ending was too dark to get picked up for distribution, in which two of the red-masked nuns grabbed Cecilia right before she mashed the baby Jesus.
They also asked us to do a take where at the end of the movie, suddenly before she's able to do it, two of those red-veiled nuns come in and tackle her or grab her out of frame.
Which I guess would come with the benefit of us actually getting to see these gals during the finale, although at the cost of taking away the catharsis of the final act. And also would mean that the movie was ending on just another dumb jump scare. Fortunately, Neon scooped the movie up and we got the ending that Mohan wrote. And it's so good. It's so good, you guys. I know it's crazy to say that about a scene where a baby is getting killed, but to be fair, we don't actually see the baby die. It cuts to black just as it happens. We don't actually ever see the baby at all, except for some red blur in the background at one point. And I know some people were mad that we don't get to see the baby. That's actually a very common criticism of this film. But I don't know, it's not as if we see the baby in Rosemary's Baby either. And the implication here is already fucked up enough. I think showing any more would just ruin it. This is genuinely one of the boldest things I've ever seen in a theater, and Sweeney screaming and throwing down the rock with the sharp cut to black and the angelic Ave Maria playing. Oh, that is an iconic horror moment for me. The emotions I felt in the theater when this happened are unmatched. A lot of the success of the scene is due to Sweeney's performance. Sweeney really put herself through the ringer with this movie. The shower scene was one of those that was shot entirely in one take because they didn't want to make Sweeney do it more than once. Especially since, despite their best efforts to keep the water warm, it ended up being freezing cold by the time they were ready to shoot. But Sweeney just powered through it and did the scene anyway.
That water wasn't just cold, it was ice cold. And I give so much credit to Sid. She just used it. She was freezing.
During the scene of Cecilia fleeing into the Italian countryside, the grass was so cold that it made Sweeney's feet go numb, so she didn't notice that her feet were getting ripped to shreds.
It was weirdly the hardest day because I got so cold I couldn't feel my feet anymore, and I didn't know that I was like cutting my feet wide open, and it was a whole thing.
We didn't realize that the ground was covered in nettles. And so the next
what
day,
are nettles?
It's kind of like a plant that's kind of like a cactus, like with little tiny pricks.
Okay.
Oof. And so the next day, her feet were all fucked up from having basically run on this horrible surface.
It was also apparently Sweeney's idea to have Tedeschi's blood splash all over her face.
Her whole thing was, when she came to me, she was like, I really want to be covered in blood. And so I was like, okay, yeah, let's make sure we do that.
My one request as like an actor on the entire process, my biggest request was by the end of the movie, I want to be drenched in blood.
But it ended up getting into her eye and causing her a lot of pain, which she willingly chose to power through to get the shot.
Unfortunately, like she was having a rough go at it, but she really didn't want me to cut. She was like, I was like, Sid, we should take care of you. She's like, no, keep going. Go until you get it.
I just knew what the reset time would be.
Right.
So I was like, we don't have time for this. I'm just gonna keep going. And I remember yelling at Mike, I was like, don't fucking stop.
Actually, I was watching some reviews from when Immaculate came out, and Haunted Hippie was talking about how one of Sweeney's eyes was red during some parts of the movie.
Sydney Sweeney, her right eye in particular in several scenes looked really red and inflamed. Ugh, this girl had to cry a lot in this movie, so it's only natural, it makes sense that her eyes were irritated. But that was distracting to me, unfortunately.
I wonder if this is why. Now, a lot has been said about Sydney Sweeney's acting over the years, and Yeah, so you know how a few months ago I posted a video where I recommended movies from 2025 that I liked? Right, so, The Housemaid was originally supposed to be in that video, but I recorded without a script, which is always a mistake, and I ended up just ranting about Sydney Sweeney's acting in that movie for like a really long time. Like, but they had Sydney Sweeney in like the most bland, boring tone possible, doing a voiceover. It was fucking awful. She has like one facial expression the whole movie, and she's talking in like sexy girl voice the whole movie. It doesn't fit the character at all. I want to say she was miscast, but I believe she was executive producer on this, so she was probably going to be this character no matter what, and I think that's a shame. I cut it out because, like, this is supposed to be a recommendation video, and I basically just said negative things about the movie. You know, like, it didn't fit into what I was trying to accomplish. And The Housemaid didn't need my help anyways. Like, Jesus Christ, it stayed in theaters for at least 2 months. And looking over this movie again, I was probably too harsh. Like, I stand by her delivery being bland.
It's the last time I'll ever set foot in that house. One background check and she'll see that everything on that resume is a total lie.
I think that's a problem with a lot of her movies, but you know, she does have some facial expressions sometimes, I have to admit. I think maybe the reason it bothered me so much is because I had seen Immaculate. I knew she could do better. Sweeney is great at facial acting. I know she gets a lot of shit for having like dead eyes, and yeah, depending on the role that can be true, but when she turns it on, it's almost always an impressive performance. The best example of this would be 2023's Reality, which is about the interrogation of Reality Winner, the woman who exposed that Russians hacked the 2016 US presidential election. Sweeney plays Reality Winner, and the movie basically starts with the FBI showing up at her house. So, the entire movie, Sweeney is portraying a person in a state of stress and fear who is also making jokes and trying to act like nothing's wrong. The vast majority of the performance is her showing how Reality is feeling through facial expressions alone, and it's crazy effective. And she delivers an extremely good facial performance in Immaculate too, particularly at the end, where it's all one shot focused on Sweeney's face, with no dialogue. And you can see every single thought that is going through Cecilia's head. When the baby pops out, Cecilia's eyes grow wide with an expression that reminds me of that famous moment from Rosemary's Baby, when Rosemary sees her child for the first time. Shock, terror, just completely unable to comprehend that that's what her child looks like. There's disgust as she's biting through the umbilical cord.
Don't eat the umbilical cord! It's bad luck!
And then there's concern, uncertainty, maybe a little bit of grief. Her face scrunches up with determination as she realizes what she has to do, but she's blinking really fast, as if she's holding back tears, giving away how hard this really is for her. And those conflicting emotions stay on her face as she picks up the rock, holds it above her head, seems to maybe hesitate slightly, and then lets out one final animalistic scream as she forces herself to go through with it. Sweeney, at this point, is pretty well known for her screaming. Her having a bombastic meltdown in every other episode was one of the major highlights of season 2 of Euphoria.
What's going on? That is what I am trying to tell you, Mom! They weren't boyfriend and girlfriend! God! Alexi, you were making me feel worse!
And she's talked about how she likes doing the intense emotional scenes too.
The hardest part?
Is it the physical aspect? She goes on quite the emotional journey in this, clearly.
Yeah, but that stuff's fun.
Which would be my concern, you know? Like, I don't want anyone to get traumatized. So, hey, if she's cool with it, then that's great. And directors do take advantage of this. Like, Immaculate isn't the only movie within the past couple of years where Sydney Sweeney does a crazy birth scene. 2025's Eden had Sweeney's character, Margaret Whitmer, giving birth all alone while her husband and stepson were out hunting, all while she's being robbed and also attacked by feral dogs. This is actually really funny because Eden is based on a true story, and I watched a documentary about it, and they hired actors to read out the real diary entries of the people involved, including the diary of the real-life Margaret Whitmer, who details the story of her son's birth. And yeah, the dogs didn't happen. Margaret Whitmer didn't give birth alone. The doctor came to help her.
3 long hours passed before Heinz returned with Dr. Ritter. The pain was so cruel I could have screamed my head off. But somehow I managed to bear it in silence. Then suddenly I heard a cry. A short, shrill cry. It was the first cry of our newborn child. Dr. Ritter proceeded to congratulate me on my baby son.
This is a huge dramatization of events, but goddamn, does Sweeney really shine in this scene. It isn't even just extremely negative situations either. I didn't really love Sweeney's performance in Anyone But You, but I did appreciate how she wasn't afraid to get goofy with the physical comedy. Or Christy. Not only did she go through a crazy physical transformation for the role.
Look, Sydney Sweeney is tiny, as everybody knows. She put on about 30 pounds.
I did 2 hours of weight training morning and night. I had 3 hours of boxing midday. I put on 35 pounds.
She was actually getting hit while filming the fight scenes and was constantly getting injured.
It was one of my first things. I asked every single stunt girl, I was like, I want this to be as real as possible. And everyone was game. So there was some bloody noses. I got some concussions. It was great.
The woman is always gnawing at the bit to push herself as hard as she can go. There's this one cool shot where Cecilia is watching Gwen being tortured, and we see just a single tear coming out of Sweeney's eye. Apparently this wasn't in the script. Sweeney just did that.
We're all looking at the monitor and I'm like, oh, she's working up a tear. Here it comes. And then it was perfectly in line with the keyhole. I was just come on.
Sweeney has an ability to just turn it on. The ending of Immaculate was done in one take. Or more accurately, they shot it in 2 takes, but they used the first take.
We did it in 1 take.
One and only 1 take.
We
shot
did
it
other
twice.
takes.
Okay.
But what you saw was take 1.
Was just the first take.
And Sweeney actually doesn't like rehearsing.
I don't like to rehearse. That's kind of, Ben and I are very similar in that, the listening part. I always believe that in life we don't rehearse these moments. I have no idea what I'm gonna say next and it scares me. And that's the most beautiful thing that you can find in a scene.
So this was the first time she ever performed the scene.
And we just blocked out where I'd start, go, come back. And Mike, our director, was like, do you want to rehearse it? Do you want to go through anything? And I was like, no, let's just see what happens.
And she's really fucking pushing it to the limit here too. Look at her. She's drooling. There is liquid dribbling out of her mouth. Her breath is fogging up the lens. In theory, that should maybe ruin the illusion a little bit. That is a clear reminder that there is a camera there and we're just watching a movie. But I don't know. I think it makes the scene more raw. It genuinely feels like we're intruding on a private moment here. Cecilia is having the absolute worst day of her life, and we're just sitting 3 inches from her face gawking at her. And I think it brings a certain physicality to her pain too. That's not just Sweeney's breath on the lens, that's Cecilia's pain. She killed it, absolutely. The scene is incredible. I genuinely believe that in a better timeline, Sweeney could have made an amazing Scream Queen. Something her fans apparently agree with me on, since they were, I guess, clamoring for her to be in a horror movie after Euphoria Season 2.
She had been, basically all of her fans after Euphoria Season 2 were clamoring for her to do a horror film.
And Sweeney has done horror before. Did you know that she was in a John Carpenter movie? Isn't that weird? But like, I don't know, like, imagine her in a Terrifier movie. No, okay, I don't mean it like that. I Saw Trap. Oh, Sydney Sweeney would be so good in a Saw Trap. Maybe not that one, I swear, I'm not doing this on purpose. Horror movies are just kind of like this. Honestly, she was basically in a Saw Trap at the end of The Housemaid, and that, along with the scenes directly after, are the only times Sweeney's any good in this movie. Oh my god, that one line she has, I fucking love gravy.
What a gravy boat? I fucking love gravy.
Amazing. But then why is Sweeney just like sleepwalking her way through the rest of it? Like, this is a role where her character is in an extremely precarious position for almost the entire runtime. Where is that reality-styled acting? Why doesn't Sweeney look stressed? She's good at looking stressed. Now, there's an interpretation I've seen of Millie's character in this film to explain this, that because she spent so long in prison, she has trained herself to not react to the crazy shit happening around her in order to keep herself safe. This is supported by this one scene where we see Millie in jail, and she's sitting calmly, completely ignoring a riot or a fight happening just a few feet away. And I do think that could be an extremely interesting aspect of Millie's character, but if it was intended like that, it doesn't really come across at all in the film. And it's too bad, because Sweeney can genuinely give a great performance. The end of Immaculate wouldn't work nearly as well if it wasn't for how hard she was going here. I do think it is telling how the one scene in Immaculate that is pretty universally agreed upon to be the best is the one where we actually linger in the uncomfortable horror, spending time with the main character and watching her react to the world around her. I wish the rest of the movie could have been like that, but I don't think there's necessarily any shame in having the last scene of your movie be the best one. A lot of movies fumble the ending. Hell, a lot of stories in general fumble the ending. Stephen King is pretty notorious for that. So having a movie where the ending is the best part does at least give it a pretty unique identity, and it did get people talking for at least a little while. But then something interesting happened. Something that did change the way people talked about this movie. So, on April 5th, 2024, The First Omen was released. Now, this was a prequel to the classic 1976 horror movie, The Omen, which is essentially a mystery in which a man figures out that his young son, Damien, is actually the Antichrist. The First Omen takes place about 5 years before and shows where exactly Damien came from. Now, I remember sitting in the theater watching The First Omen the weekend it came out, and something like 10 to 15 minutes in, I just suddenly realized, wait a second, an American nun getting sent to a convent in Italy used to take care of vulnerable people getting forcibly impregnated by the Catholic Church? This is just Immaculate again! And it isn't even just the surface level plot synopsis either. There's also smaller similarities, like the deformed failed previous attempts, the nun main character stabbing the priest who lured her there in the neck, and the American nun's room being next to an Italian nun who was a lot less uptight and is basically her best friend for a chunk of the film.
Why not let it breathe a little now?
Are they lesbians too?
There's even a pregnancy horror scene that serves as a showcase of the lead actress's acting abilities that is based on the tunnel scene from the movie Possessed.
I actually remember I showed Mike that scene on YouTube and I was like, I want a moment like this.
And granted, these similarities function differently in their individual plots, but still, I need you to understand that The First Omen came out 2 weeks after Immaculate. It was a surreal experience essentially watching the same movie in the theater twice in less than a month. And that's not to say I think that there was any copying going on here. Like, sometimes shit like this just happens. Like, there were 2 Spider movies that took place in an apartment building in 2024, and even just this year, Ready or Not 2 and They Will Kill You came out just a week apart, and were, in fact, at one point supposed to come out on the exact same day, and they have almost identical plots. And while They Will Kill You most definitely took some inspiration from the original Ready or Not, the story of 2 estranged sisters fighting their way out of a hotel run by a wealthy devil cult is unique to the second movie. So it's weird that They Will Kill You ended up doing the exact same thing. And looking a little deeper into it, Immaculate's original script seemed to have existed first.
27, no, it'd be like 2014.
But the First Omen was shot first. So yeah, it just seems to be a huge coincidence. There was even another Immaculate Conception movie that came out about 6 months before both of these films called Deliver Us. Granted, this one takes place in Russia, not Italy, and it's kind of a reverse of the other 2 in that this was a legitimate Immaculate Conception and the church is trying to stop the pregnancy. But still, non-pregnancy horror was just very popular a couple years ago. And I don't think a single person thought the First Omen would be good. Like, I remember the general feeling around this film before it came out was, oh, what a fucking cash grab. Why are they making a prequel to a 50-year-old movie? This is gonna suck. But to everyone's collective shock, it was actually really, really good. Like, the direction, the acting, the imagery, oh my god, I was not expecting this thing to go as hard as it did. Like, you know earlier how I was saying that it's weird that the imagery around Cecilia getting impregnated was around her mouth and not anywhere that would actually make sense? Well, the First Omen has crotch imagery. Not while she's being impregnated. Actually, they have something on her face during that scene, ironically enough. But in an earlier scene where Margaret is seeing visions, and oh my god, this is way more graphic than I remember. I can't believe they showed this in the theater. Who approved this? Can I send them flowers? It's paced better than Immaculate too, probably because it's about 30 minutes longer, and there's no filler or anything like that. It just takes its time. Like when Margaret finally figures out the secret about her past and remembers her assault, we sit with her and just watch her process it. When she gets captured and locked in a room by herself, we stay with her. We see her grieving over a man she barely knows after she kinda sorta gets him killed. You can just see the guilt and trauma all over her face. It's a lot more than we ever got from Cecilia after she saw her best friend get tortured. Margaret feels like such a more realized character entirely because we actually get to spend time with her. And as a result, I really did care about her in the end. I was sad that she was going through all this. And this isn't to say that I think The First Omen is a perfect film by any means, because I do think it being a prequel to a 50-year-old property does drag it down. Like, I'm not super fond of there being direct references to the original.
It's all for you!
It's all for you.
Like, that annoyed me in Alien Romulus, and oh my god, it really annoyed me in Dr. Sleep. Like, you know, I'm here to watch a new entry. I don't want to watch the same thing again. But I also feel like I'm in the minority on that. I don't know. What actually did bother me is the retconning of the original movie. One of the biggest twists of the original Omen was that Damien's biological mother was a jackal. I need you to understand that when I watched The Omen for the first time, I knew almost all of the plot beats and kills just through cultural osmosis. But the jackal thing genuinely shocked me, and that reveal is one of my favorite movie moments ever. So I was extremely skeptical going into this thing, seeing that it was a human woman who was birthing Damien, because, that's not correct. Literally, I was sitting in the theater with my arms crossed during the whole birthing scene, just thinking to myself, they better pull a dog out of that woman's uterus or I swear to God. But nope, they changed it. There is still a jackal, to be fair, but it's the father now?
His mother was a jackal! A jackal. That's the father.
And also probably the devil. We see the jackal skeleton in the original movie, and that just looks like a normal dog to me, but alright. But then, because they wanted the little girl Carlita and also Margaret to be devil children, they changed it so that in order for the Antichrist to be born, the devil has to breed with his own daughter. Meaning that Damien is now an incest baby? I guess that's not much worse than what he was before, but still, kinda weird. Granted, I don't mind all of the retcons. You know, some of them are genuinely cool ideas. Like that the village got changed from a group of Satanists to the Catholic Church. Basically, what's going on here is that people stopped believing in God and the church wanted to scare them into coming back.
Now how do you control people who no longer believe in your stories of fire and brimstone? People who do not seem to fear. You create something to fear.
So they literally birthed evil into the world so that the masses would come flooding back to Catholicism.
The baby you're about to bear will redeem the church. Will bring the people back to God.
That is far more interesting, I'm sorry. Like, instead of it just being, oh no, Satan is spooky, it's instead a commentary on the way religion uses fear as a tool of control. Damien also has a twin sister now, which is random, but I like it as a piece of commentary on misogyny in the church and in inheritance. Damien's sister, whose name is apparently Layla, was conceived and birthed the exact same way as Damien, but because she's a girl, she doesn't count. She's seen as less than nothing, and is left to die while her brother is celebrated and worshipped. Luckily, Margaret does save her, and it does lead nicely into the beginning of the original movie, but then they threw in this god-awful MCU-styled ending that feels extremely out of place.
They've even given it a name. Your son. Damien.
Yeah, so, you know, despite there being a few things I like, I'm overall not super thrilled with the ending, but everything before it I absolutely love. Which is an interesting contrast to Immaculate, where the only part I truly love is the ending. This whole situation sent the way I view films into a tailspin. Like, if you were to ask me whether the independently made passion project by someone who's been wanting to tell the story for 10 years, or the big studio franchise film that's a prequel to a 50-year-old movie would be better, I'd say the passion project. Of course I would. Because, at least in my mind, something made with love will always trump something made for profit. So, the fact that the First Omen not only turned out to be a great movie, but is actually better than Immaculate in a lot of ways, was genuinely shocking to me. And I remember feeling a sense of guilt for liking the First Omen more, and a weird sadness over the way that the horror community embraced it over Immaculate. Which isn't to say that the horror community didn't embrace Immaculate at all. You know, like, there were people who liked it, people who were celebrating Sweeney as a new Scream Queen.
The one thing that I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that this movie did for me and is going to do for a ton of people that check this thing out is to absolutely sell you on the talents and the future of Sydney Sweeney.
Her performance was fantastic. I think she's built for the horror genre because of her ability to cry and scream. She is a wonderful dramatic actress, and that lends itself so well to this genre.
And I really hope we get to see her in more like disturbing or like more horror movies like this, because I think she really shines and could definitely be a new like final girl scream queen.
But as far as which movie got more acclaim, well, there are two pretty big horror award shows done every year. The Fangoria Chainsaw Awards and the Dead Meat Horror Awards. The First Omen was nominated for Best Digital Effects and Best Remake or Sequel at the Dead Meat Horror Awards, and it received a lot of nominations at the Fangoria Chainsaw Awards. Best Cinematography, Best Screenplay, Best Director, Best Wide Release Movie, Best Score, and Best Lead Performance for Nell Tiger Free. Sydney Sweeney also got nominated for Best Lead Performance at the Fangoria Chainsaw Awards, and the costumes got a nomination. But yeah, that was it for Immaculate. The First Omen didn't actually win any of the categories it was nominated for, and yeah, obviously award shows aren't everything, but it still does paint a picture of which one of these movies was generally appreciated more in the community. And for the record, I'm happy The First Omen is so celebrated. It didn't do great financially, which is strange, but I don't know, maybe people are finally getting sick of reboots and prequels. Probably not, considering how well Scream 7 did, but maybe in this case, I don't know. But it was made by first-time director Arkaza Stevenson, who is very clearly talented, and I hope all the acclaim she got from within the community helps to get her more opportunities in the future. I'd love to see what else she makes. But I do have to wonder what it might have been like to be Sydney Sweeney in the spring of 2024, finally getting to release the first film made by her new production company, which is a story that she dreamed about bringing to the big screen ever since she was a kid, and having it almost immediately overshadowed by a big studio franchise film that's just like her film, but everyone thinks it's better.
There's no need to pit two beautiful queens against one another. But I just want to be honest about what was going through my head while I was watching The First Omen. And what was going through my head was, damn, this movie kind of makes Immaculate look not as good as I thought it was.
Like I said, I know it's really unfair to do that. I know it's unfair to compare the two, but it did make me appreciate The First Omen more for the creativity and just the cinematography and score and everything they chose for that movie compared to Immaculate. It just wasn't as strong.
If I was going to pick between this and Immaculate, as much as I liked Immaculate, I do think The First Omen was a little bit better by the end of it.
And these two movies have a hilariously similar premise and overall story, and I really enjoyed both of them, but for me, The First Omen is the one that's really stuck in my head and continued to impress on rewatch.
Regardless of how I feel about Sweeney now, back then, I did feel bad for her. But, you know what? I don't see any reason why these two movies should be pitted against each other. Like, if Sting and Infested can coexist, why not Immaculate in The First Omen? Why can't Sister Cecilia and Sister Margaret transcend time and space to be best friends? Or something more? You know, they say through God all things are possible. But, you know, fan fiction aside, the fact that there are two of these movies so close together might genuinely say something about where we were as a society. I mean, both of these movies are about a woman who is manipulated and forced to carry a pregnancy by the church. And there is a moment in each movie where the woman either kills the unwanted baby or tries to, with Margaret literally on her way to get the pregnancy terminated before the demon babies start growing inside her.
And I need it out of me. I need it out of me now. This doctor knows what he's doing.
He's experienced, yes.
2024 was 2 years after 2022, the year where Roe v. Wade was overturned. Roe v. Wade, of course, being the Supreme Court case that guaranteed the right to abortion in the United States, meaning that there are now a lot of people who are forced to carry a child they do not want, including some who were impregnated through assault. I am not the only person who made this connection. Immaculate and the First Omen coming about as a response to Roe v. Wade and or being pro-choice propaganda was an extremely popular take at the time.
These filmmakers said, oh, there's a moral panic around killing babies right now? Word, okay, we'll give these people something to panic about. I love the commentary that this movie makes on autonomy. It really holds a mirror up to the people that are like, pro-life. What about this scenario, huh, Debbie? What then?
And even outside of these two films, pregnancy horror was weirdly common in 2024. Horror is a constantly evolving genre that is often affected by what is currently terrifying society in the year it's being made. You know, I've talked about this before, like, there were alien movies during the Cold War and torture movies in the Bush era, and now, in the mid-2020s, people are terrified of pregnancy. And in this one particular way, Immaculate is actually the more interesting take, because pregnancy horror isn't anything new, right? Like, at the very least, it goes back as far as 1968 with Rosemary's Baby, which is cited as being a big influence on Immaculate.
I mean, our primary influence were the horror films of the American New Wave, like Rosemary's Baby.
We talked about Rosemary's Baby quite often for this.
Yeah, I was so taken by the premise. It reminded me very obviously of Rosemary's Baby, which is a movie I love.
However, Rosemary's Baby is a story about the birth of the Antichrist. The First Omen is a story about the birth of the Antichrist. The vast majority of times that there's a religious horror movie involving pregnancy, it's the devil or a demon. And people, as such, just assumed that the baby in Immaculate was the same way. Like, that is such a common interpretation of this film. It's even said on the Wikipedia page that the baby is most likely the Antichrist. And I do understand why people would interpret this pregnancy as something demonic. Cecilia's teeth and nails fall out while she's pregnant, and the baby is making weird little growly noises when it's born. We also don't see the baby. Apparently a puppet was made.
So, and I did not phone it in. We had the scariest looking practical puppet on the day.
But Mohan chose not to show it, aside from it being a red blur in the background, to leave it up to viewer interpretation.
At the very first test screening when we didn't have any sound for it, everybody afterwards were like, heatedly debating whether or not we should show it or not. And finally, Jonah Ray, he stood up and he was like, this conversation is what should be happening in the lobby. He fucking nailed it. Like, this is what we want.
So it is ultimately left up to the viewer what the baby looks like. And if you decide that the baby is a demon, then that's fine. Everyone is entitled to their own interpretation. Me, though, I don't see anything demonic here. Like, yeah, okay, the teeth and nail thing is pretty gross, but that can happen during a normal pregnancy.
It was a very accurate depiction of pregnancy, by the way, with the tooth falling out, the nails, it's just like, those are gross things that can happen to some people when they're pregnant. And I thought it was cool that they added those little touches in, because your teeth do like get loose and stuff when you are pregnant and your teeth are heavily affected by it.
The teeth problems in particular can happen due to an increase in vomiting, and the expectant mother not going to the dentist in favor of focusing on the health of her child. And Cecilia loses a tooth while puking, and she is being refused proper health care by the convent.
Hospitals aren't the safest of places. We wouldn't want you to get sick.
So she's most likely not seeing a dentist.
Not what you need right now. You're perfectly healthy.
I just puked up one of my teeth.
It's totally realistic that she could be having these symptoms, is all I'm saying. And the baby is making weird noises, yes, but I personally never thought it sounded like growls. Like, I always thought it sounded like a pug or some other animal with breathing problems. It actually turns out I was onto something there because the sounds they used were from a sick cat.
He had to find, I believe what he found was the sound of a sick cat that he then pitched up and added a warble to.
They were going to use a goat sound initially.
Yeah. But it was like we had done something to like the sound of a baby goat. Like there was a little bit of a bleat in there and it did not work.
Which, I mean, yeah, that would lead towards something demonic, but they changed it. It's a sick cat now.
Even though it's like the tone of the movie is kind of bonkers.
Sure.
Everything is sort of grounded in this like ish realism.
And considering all the other previous babies were born with deformities, it makes sense that there would be breathing problems. Even Mohan confirms that there's nothing supernatural in this movie.
The terror is real. You know, the terror is inescapable. It is not supernatural.
Additionally, I also knew that, this movie isn't supernatural.
Well, I think the difference between our film and a lot of the more recent religious horror films is that ours is not supernatural.
There is definitely something to the way pregnancy horror is often portrayed with demons and monsters, though. Pregnancy is exhausting, painful. Your body is changing in strange ways that a lot of the time is out of your control. And especially for people who don't want their pregnancy and are forced to carry it to term, I mean, portraying the fetus as something feeding off of them, draining them of their life, I'm sure that could feel extremely resonant. However, I do feel like a byproduct of most of these movies being demonic is that the main horror is often the baby, and not the fact that these women have been violated. The women in these movies are often not willing participants. They're tricked into carrying the demon baby. And to me, that is the scariest part. That the woman, who is a full human being with thoughts and feelings, is ultimately just seen by the people around her as an incubator to be used in someone else's sick agenda. I think this is why Rosemary's Baby has had such staying power over the decades. The horror in that movie doesn't come from the demon baby, not really. Rosemary isn't scared of her child at all until the very end, and even then she still decides that she loves him. The horror instead comes from the way she's lied to, manipulated, and isolated. The cult keeps Rosemary from seeking her own medical care.
I won't let you go to no Dr. Hill nobody ever heard of. The best is what you're gonna have, young lady. Where's your telephone?
Please don't read books. No pregnancy was ever exactly like the ones described in the books.
I was afraid it might be an ectopic pregnancy.
Ectopic? I thought you weren't going to read books, Rosemary.
They tell her not to talk to her friends.
And don't listen to your friends either. No two pregnancies are ever alike.
They're my friends.
They're a bunch of not very bright bitches who ought to mind their own goddamn business.
And take away anyone who is actually worried about her well-being. Her husband, who is the one person on Earth that she should be able to trust, lets her be assaulted, and then the next morning claims that he was the one who did it.
I didn't want to miss baby night.
And a couple of my nails were ragged.
And Rosemary is forced to be okay with the fact that her husband apparently impregnated her in her sleep, because it was the 1960s and marital rape was completely legal. And when she finally tries to get help from another doctor and basically says, "Hey, I'm being mistreated and I'm scared for the safety of my child,"
I was suffering, so you can't imagine how much I was suffering. And they wouldn't help me. Nobody would. Now, maybe all this is coincidence, but one thing is for sure. They have a coven and they want my baby.
He just thinks she's crazy, and Rosemary is forced to go back to her husband under the threat of being committed.
Because if you say anything more about witches or witchcraft, we're going to be forced to take you to a mental hospital.
These were real fears women were dealing with back then. And even still to this day, it doesn't matter what decade it is. The idea of being in an extremely vulnerable state and having the ability to advocate for yourself taken away is terrifying. The First Omen doesn't really deal with the vulnerability of pregnancy. Margaret doesn't even know that she's pregnant until right before the finale, and the baby starts spontaneously growing to full term just a few minutes later. This was undoubtedly a painful and terrifying experience for her, but it's over relatively quickly. Cecilia is pregnant the full 9 months. She experiences the unpleasant side effects of pregnancy. She deals with being treated differently by the people around her. She deals with being talked over and ignored at her own doctor's appointments, and being denied the health care that she wants. I think it's interesting that Immaculate is initially presented as a story without a set time period. Aside from a few quick shots of modern-looking cars in the beginning, none of the technology used in the film looks particularly modern. It could very easily take place decades ago, only for it to suddenly be revealed that, oh no, this is modern day when Father Tedeschi whips out a smartphone. A lot of the abuse happening in this movie feels barbaric. It feels like something of a bygone era. But no. Abuse at the hands of religious institutions is still happening today. Women being forced to carry pregnancies they don't want is happening today. None of this ever went away. Cecilia also has no contact with the outside world once she arrives at the convent. There was originally meant to be a whole sequence during the scene where Cecilia flees into the countryside, where she would have snuck into a nearby vineyard, stolen a car, smashed into a wild boar.
Lofty director ideas. She smashed into a wild boar.
Okay. And then get rescued by a prostitute who would have driven her to the train station before she would be grabbed by the convent and returned.
But she would find a payphone, and that would be where she was caught.
They didn't have the time or money to shoot any of that, and honestly, I think that's for the best. Yeah, I know. I went off on a whole screed about how fastly paced this movie is, so you'd think I'd be mad about more cut content. But I think that there being people so close who were willing to help Cecilia would have taken away from how isolated the convent feels. It's much, much scarier for Cecilia to attempt to run away, only for it to turn out there's nowhere to actually run to. The only lifeline Cecilia has is Gwen, who is the only person in the entire film who treats her like a human being. But once she attempts to stand up for Cecilia, she is immediately removed. Her tongue is literally cut out, so she can't advocate for Cecilia anymore. At least Margaret had a few people looking out for her, even if they weren't able to stop the birth of the Antichrist. Carlita ran in to save Margaret from the fire. Brennan shows up years later to warn her that she's in danger. But Gwen was the only person in the entirety of Immaculate who was looking out for Cecilia. And once she's gone, Cecilia is alone. But it's not even the removal of Gwen that isolates Cecilia. No, she was isolated right from the start. She's an American who just arrived in a foreign country, a country where she doesn't speak the language. There are multiple scenes where characters will say something and she has to rely on another person to translate for her.
How's the Italian coming along?
Così.
It's fine, I will translate for you.
And even her best friend Gwen isn't exactly the most reliable translator.
What does that mean? Oh, nothing. I really like her.
That immediately puts Cecilia in a vulnerable place within the congregation, because she's the only one who never fully understands what's being said. Now, when I bought this movie on Blu-ray, I was so confused that there were no subtitles for the Italian dialogue. If you turn on the subtitles for all the characters, it does translate what the Italian characters are saying. But if you watch with no subtitles, then there are scenes where you 100% have no idea what's being said. Unless you speak Italian, of course. I thought this was super weird because I remembered there being subtitles when I watched this movie in the theater. Like, I very distinctly remembered the border guard saying something kinda gross about Cecilia.
Che sprego. Hai visto quanto è bella?
And how would I have possibly known what he said if there weren't subtitles? Fortunately, my sister has a Hulu account, so I just went to watch Immaculate on there, and yep, the streaming version has the subtitles.
Che sprego. Hai visto quanto è bella?
It's just the Blu-ray for whatever reason, or at least it's my Blu-ray. I don't know, maybe I got a fucked up copy. But I do have to say, I almost kind of like this movie better without the Italian subtitles. Granted, there definitely are a few scenes where it seems like you are supposed to know what the characters are saying, and it feels awkward if you don't.
Hai visto mio papà? Sì, l'ho visto. È in quella stanza laggiù. Cerchiamo insieme. It's best to just play along with their delusions.
But otherwise, it actually makes the movie scarier if you don't know what's being said. It completely puts you in Cecilia's shoes. She has no idea what anyone is saying about her, or if the people translating are being honest. And as such, you don't know either. There are already horror movies that use a lack of subtitles to great effect.
What is he saying?
He found the body.
How did she,
They didn't say.
The Norwegians in The Thing basically give away the first big plot reveal right in the beginning. And I wish Immaculate would have leaned into the language barrier more. You know, like, it's not as if the villains are straight up lying to Cecilia's face in Italian or saying anything super sensitive that would give away the entire plot if you spoke the language. In fact, they're acting confused about where the baby came from, even though they know that Cecilia can't understand them, so why would they be acting like this? But even still, the scene where Cecilia finds out that she's pregnant stands out in my mind as being one that's elevated by there being no subtitles. All these men are standing around Cecilia after aggressively questioning her. They're talking about her body and if she's ever had sex.
Quando è arrivata il dottor Gallo l'ha visitata?
Il suo imen era intatto.
They haven't told Cecilia that she's pregnant yet. They know something about her health that she doesn't know, and they're openly talking about it, and she has no idea.
Il suo imen era intatto. All'apparenza sembra che non sia mai stato toccato.
What did they say?
It captures the absolute horror of being denied information about your own body. All while people who see themselves as above you get to freely discuss your private information. And you can't do anything to defend yourself because you don't even know what's going on. Now, it's established early on that Cecilia is trying to learn Italian. It's just taking her a while.
Oh, I'm trying, but it's a lot harder than I thought.
We don't see her continuing to study it, which is a shame, and another point in the First Omen's favor. But interestingly enough, there is a moment when Cecilia is being questioned where it seems like she can tell what they're asking her.
Hai mantenuto I tuoi voti?
He's asking if you have.
I understand.
Whether this is supposed to show her slowly learning the language or her just picking up what they're saying through context clues, I don't know. But shortly after this, Isabel tries to drown Cecilia in the bath. Isabel is screaming in Italian during the struggle. And after, when Cecilia is being treated by the doctor, she reveals that she understood what Isabel was saying and starts to ask questions.
Father, Isabel said it was supposed to be her. Why would she say that?
This hits so much harder without the subtitles because now it's Cecilia translating for us, and would also serve as the first time Cecilia knows something before the audience does. You can tell this throws Tedeschi a little, and he's suddenly forced to come up with an explanation on the spot.
Isabel's been losing her battle with mental illness for a while now. Seeing you in the miracle, it clearly triggers something.
This is the first time in the entire movie that Cecilia has tried to push back. Even just knowing the smallest bit of the language being spoken around her is enough to give her some of her power back. But still, she's completely under the control of the church, and her cries to let her go to a real hospital go completely ignored.
I want to see another doctor. I want to go to a real hospital, please.
She is denied proper health care despite having very real concerns about her body.
I just puked up one of my teeth.
The church just cares about the health of the child. They don't care about Cecilia's well-being at all.
But he appears to be okay.
I'm not okay.
Cecilia is just an incubator for the convent. The fact that she's suffering is of no concern to them, as long as she delivers them a healthy child. Sweeney talks about this in an interview with GQ, explaining, "She was truly just a vessel. They wanted to keep her alive and safe because she was pregnant with what they cared about. They didn't care about her emotional well-being. They just cared about making sure her body was okay. There's no humanity left in that." Speaking of Cecilia's emotional well-being, that's used to manipulate her too. As a child, she fell through a frozen lake and was declared dead for about 7 minutes before being brought back.
Paramedics, they tried to revive me, but my heart stopped for almost 7 minutes.
And from that moment on, she dedicated her life to Christ, because she believed that he saved her for a reason.
I know God saved me for a reason, but I guess I'm still searching for what that reason is.
Cecilia tells this story to Father Tedeschi shortly after she arrives, and he acts as if this is the first time he's hearing about it.
If it's too personal,
No.
that sounds terrifying.
But then later, when Cecilia finds her file, it has a newspaper clipping talking about her falling through the ice. The headline for this article is wicked funny. Usually headlines don't include the person's name unless they're famous. I guess a lot of people back home know Cecilia. Anyways, the implication of this is weird. Cecilia seems to come to the conclusion that the convent had her picked out to be their Virgin Mary ever since she fell through the ice.
How long have you been targeting me? Was it since the accident?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I doubt some convent in Italy is keeping an eye on every single little American girl who has something traumatic happen to them. Although, based on the pictures we see of Cecilia as a child, it does seem that she was raised in the church. So maybe someone there alerted Father Tedeschi? But I personally think that the most likely scenario would actually be that the convent heard that a parish in America was closing, and now freshly in need of a new Virgin Mary, looked into the displaced nuns to see if any of them had something in their past that made them easy to control. Which they absolutely use. Like, when Cecilia is scared and upset about being pregnant, Tedeschi immediately tells her, "Well, God saved you for a reason, right? This is clearly the reason."
God saved you. This is it.
And that's enough to make Cecilia stop asking questions and just go along with it. This isn't just using her past to control her either. This is also manipulating her through her faith. Tedeschi says the quote, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth," to Cecilia a few times throughout the course of the movie. The first being when Cecilia finds out that she's pregnant, and she's scared and confused.
Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth.
And the second when he's branding the bottom of her feet.
Blessed are the meek, they shall inherit
Please no!
the earth.
To my understanding, this quote basically means that if you are good and faithful and pure, even if you suffer for it in life, God will reward you for it when the time comes. So Tedeschi is telling Cecilia to just ignore her uncomfortable feelings and put up with her painful unwanted pregnancy because God will reward her for it someday. Which is obviously an awful thing to say when you're literally torturing a girl into submission, but it's almost slimier when he's saying it to her in the beginning. At least when he's burning the hell out of her feet, it's pretty obvious that he's a villain. But Cecilia trusted Tedeschi. Throughout the beginning part of the movie, she looks at him for reassurance whenever she's uncomfortable. And in this moment, after finding out about the pregnancy, she's turning to him for support. And he's exploiting her trust in order to bend her to his will and get her to stop complaining. But even after Cecilia is manipulated into compliance, she's still extremely unhappy about the pregnancy. Totally understandable once the truth comes out, but she spends a good chunk of the movie believing that the pregnancy was sent by God. And Cecilia has literally devoted her life to serving God. Her entire purpose is to figure out what God wants from her. You would think then that she would be pleased to be able to help God out in such a huge way, but she isn't. When she's crowned as the new Virgin Mary, she's crying. Now, it would be nice if maybe we knew why Cecilia was reacting like this. You know, that just goes back to how the movie moves too quickly for us to really get to know her as a person. However, at the end of the day, the most important thing is that Cecilia doesn't want this. Whatever it was that she was hoping her life would turn out like, it did not involve motherhood. Hell, motherhood was probably the last thing she ever expected, considering the whole vow of chastity thing. But everyone around her is so happy, and they think that she should be happy too. They think she should want it. Because she is a nun, it's expected that she should just be happy and go along with whatever God, or the church, wants her to do. Much like women in society are expected to want kids. Like, genuinely, for some people, the idea that there are women out there who don't want to be mothers is confusing. A woman wanting to get her tubes tied and being told, "But what if you change your mind?" is an extremely common situation. And many who don't ever want to have children, or even just don't want to have children right now, are still told that they should just do it because that's what they're meant to do. How many people have gotten pregnant as a result of an assault and have been told it's God's will? I mean, that's exactly what happened to Cecilia. She was assaulted. She was drugged and impregnated without her consent. And if you think about it too, Cecilia was lured to a foreign country under false pretenses so her body could be exploited. That's human trafficking. Literally, the definition of human trafficking from the UN's website reads, "Human trafficking is the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of people through force, fraud, or deception, with the aim of exploiting them for profit. The traffickers often use violence or fraudulent employment agencies and fake promises of education and job opportunities to trick and coerce their victims. The convent lied and told her she was being invited there to be a normal nun and take care of some old people. They fucking trafficked this poor girl."
It's extra work now when someone arrives without a return ticket.
Cecilia's nightmare is way more horrifying with this context. Not even because of the imagery, but what Cecilia is saying. The nightmare starts with Cecilia in confession. She remembers passing out after drinking the wine, but she thinks it was her fault.
I was careless last night. I must have drank too much wine and embarrassed myself in front of Mother Superior.
She feels guilty, embarrassed. She's confessing this all to the cardinal as if she was the one who committed a sin.
I promise to carry myself with grace because I want nothing more than to belong here. I'm afraid I've already messed things up.
This girl is literally in the middle of being assaulted right now, and she can clearly tell that something is wrong, but she's blaming herself. That's so sad. Cecilia literally shows more guilt for being assaulted than any of the people involved in that assault ever feel. And considering she'd only arrived at the convent a few hours previous, I wouldn't say that's the convent's manipulation. That's more an indictment of the religion itself, or even larger society, blaming women for being assaulted. So, the original script for Immaculate was focused more on grief. Cecilia was sent to the school after the death of her parents.
Her parents died and she got sent to this boarding school, and then the basis and the groundwork is pretty much the same.
But Mohan didn't have a connection to the grief storyline, so ended up deciding to change the movie to be about a crisis of faith instead, which is something he personally related to.
What I do have a personal connection to is, you know, the crisis of faith and having a disagreement with the tenets that my church is teaching me.
Did you have a consultant on set for the religious or spiritual aspects at all?
Just repressed memories.
Mohan had been extremely active in the Catholic Church when he was younger. He was the leader of the youth group and was very passionate about his religion.
For me, I was so active in my church growing up. I was the leader of a youth group. All of the things.
However, one day during a pro-life sermon, his mother just decided that they were gonna leave, and they walked out in the middle of it. Mohan also grew up very close to where the movie Spotlight took place. Spotlight being a 2015 movie about the journalist that broke the story about the abuse being done by the Catholic priests in and around the city of Boston.
You know, especially me, I grew up like 25 miles away from where Spotlight happened, you know?
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
And
Yeah.
so, like, you know, I think we all are reconciling the fact that this institution is flawed.
But it's not, you know, to me, it's not all good, you know, especially when you grow up in Massachusetts, you know, you do have to reconcile certain things. And
so I don't think that the sexual assault aspect of the story should be discounted. Mohan lost his faith after learning about the abuses taking place in the Catholic Church, and Cecilia, in turn, starts to lose her faith when the church abuses her. Immaculate sort of functions as a rape revenge movie too, when viewed through this particular lens. No, we don't see the assaults happen, at least not outside this abstracted dream sequence, but there are plenty of rape revenge movies where the assault doesn't happen on screen. Immaculate is even structured like a typical rape revenge movie. Sweet, naive, young virgin girl goes to a new location, gets assaulted by the locals, and then murders everyone involved in her assault one by one. However, while the abusers in most rape revenge movies are usually like lower class criminals, rednecks, and gangs, here it is literally the people in charge of the convent, people who have power within the Catholic Church, which is consistent with some other modern rape revenge movies, such as The Nightingale and Blink Twice, which have a big focus on systems facilitating abuse. The convent in Immaculate is evil, but it's not the kind of evil usually seen in religious horror. It isn't demonically evil. It isn't even supernaturally evil. It's human evil, systematic evil, the kind of evil that comes up when those with sick agendas gain power over vulnerable people and get away with their crimes over and over again.
In our case, the evil is real. The evil is man. The events in this story could happen.
There's a lot of imagery that looks predatory in nature. Cecilia kissing the cardinal's rings is framed in a weirdly disgusting way. And then also Tedeschi looming over Cecilia as he convinces her that God wants her to have this baby. At the beginning of the movie, Gwen says that Tedeschi is good at finding broken birds.
He has a talent. Sniffing out broken birds.
Meaning he's purposely looking for women that are vulnerable and easy to control. You don't even need a cage for a broken bird, because a broken bird can't fly away. And right before Cecilia finds out that she's pregnant, a bird slams into the window. I know I criticize this as a cheap jump scare, and I do stand by that, but considering it's tied to the earlier quote from Gwen, and its placement in the narrative, I do think it's a very interesting little moment of symbolism, particularly in the fact that the bird was perfectly fine until it arrived at the convent. We don't know what Cecilia's life was like before. We know that she was being objectified by men wherever she went, and Sweeney apparently was playing her as someone who had trouble making friends.
She was always an outsider. She never felt like she had a friend group or someone to rely on, which is why she easily was able to drop everything and go to this unknown convent in Italy.
And we do see her childhood photos, which does imply that Cecilia was raised by nuns. Maybe a little nod to the original script where Cecilia's parents died and she was sent to a Catholic boarding school? No idea. But loneliness aside, Cecilia did seem at least somewhat happy at her old parish.
That church was my family, my home. Leaving it, I felt pretty lost.
Maybe she had a healthy relationship with religion there. Maybe they treated her well. We don't know, but we do know that she was compelled to come to the convent.
Yes, it seemed so far away, but the opportunities back in the States, I didn't feel like that's what God saved me for.
She didn't feel like she had a choice.
I don't think of it like that as a decision.
She felt like she was following God's direction, and that direction led directly to a threat she could not see, much like the bird could not see the glass. And the movie, after this point, is Cecilia learning to see the glass, waking herself up to the terrifying reality that she's flown herself into. Isabel tells Cecilia shortly after she arrives that sweetness is not a good thing.
You're very sweet.
Thank you.
I don't mean that as a compliment.
And this becomes a part of Cecilia's arc. While in the beginning, she is disturbed by the idea of death.
So we expect her to meet God by the end of the week.
You talk about it so casually.
And is unable to kill a chicken.
I'm sorry, I can't.
She later manages to kill a chicken to fake a miscarriage and escape once she witnesses the terrors of the convent. Ironically, breaking a bird to try and free herself. And then by the end, she's been hardened so much that she can kill humans and a newborn baby with very little hesitation. This one line from Isabel gives the impression, too, that at one point, Isabel might have been a wide-eyed innocent like Cecilia, but that she had to harden herself up in order to survive in this environment. And there is actually another disturbing detail about Isabel that was originally meant to be in the film. Apparently, the fetus jars we see in Tedeschi's lab were supposed to have photographs of the nuns carrying them placed in front of them. This was removed because it made the set too cluttered.
When we put them there, it suddenly your eye was going too many places and you really just needed them to look at the fetuses.
But it would have revealed that Isabel had been impregnated 4 times.
And we de-aged a bunch of photos of Isabel, the nun who tries to drown her, right? And so there was like 4 in a row of her. So you saw like, oh, they tried with her, then they tried again, then they tried again.
This is a woman who has been abused by the convent for years. She's been obedient and faithful to their mission. But the convent brought in a new girl who hasn't been there long enough to face the same horror she has. And she is the one being celebrated as the new Virgin Mary. Cecilia is the one who is being rewarded for the sacrifices that Isabel made. Now, obviously, Cecilia is a victim. Isabel's ire should be directed at the convent, not this innocent girl who has no idea what's going on. But the convent is big and powerful and hard to hurt in any meaningful way. Cecilia is someone that Isabel can punish. And honestly, I don't even think Isabel is mad at the convent. She was probably trying to make Cecilia's death look like an accident so they might start using her again. In this moment, Isabel is literally fighting for her right to be abused by the convent. Now, obviously, women can benefit from terrible systems too. We get an example of this in the film with Mother Superior, who we don't really learn anything about, but holds a position of authority and inflicts abuse on Cecilia.
And even Mother Superior, I would say that she is part of the patriarchy, or she's at least an agent of the patriarchy here.
And Isabel clearly is trusted and respected amongst the other nuns. Like, she's given Cecilia and Gwen to mentor.
Voi di questo lato sarete con me, mentre di qua servirete con sorella Isabella.
But she doesn't actually have any kind of power within the convent.
Isabel, vuoi mostrare a Cecilia la sua camera? Devo aiutare le sorelle a prepararsi per la celebrazione di questa sera. Stai al tuo posto e fai ciò che ti dico.
She's being subjugated just like all the other nuns. It's not terribly unusual in marginalized communities for a few members to side with the people oppressing them in the hopes that they might be seen as one of the good ones. But that's a strategy that rarely, if ever, works out. Once you've outgrown your usefulness, you're tossed to the side and treated just like everyone else. From what little information we've gotten about Isabel, it's probably safe to assume that the convent blamed her for their janky science creating deformed babies and brought in a new girl to take the role instead. Once they saw Isabel as unfit to be used as an incubator, she had no more use to the convent, and they had no problem discarding her, just like any other nun. Now, there is an interesting aspect of this movie that I don't think gets a lot of discussion. It's not even really something I considered until my Catholic friend brought it to my attention. And I found it extremely interesting, so we're going to dive into it for a moment. You know how I said earlier that Cecilia's baby isn't the Antichrist? Well, that's not exactly true. It is the Antichrist. It's not demonic, it's not supernatural, but it is the Antichrist. I swear that's not contradictory. The version of the Antichrist we see in movies, where it's the son of the devil.
Satan is his father, not Guy. He came up from hell and begat a son of mortal woman.
Is not the way that the Antichrist is actually described in the Bible. The Antichrist appears 4 times in the Bible. John 2:18. Dear children, this is the last hour, and as you have heard that the Antichrist is coming, even now many Antichrists have come. This is how we know it is the last hour. John 2:22. Who is the liar but he who denies that Jesus is the Christ? This is the Antichrist, he who denies the Father and the Son. John 4:3. And every spirit that does not confess Jesus is not from God. This is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you heard was coming and is now in the world already. John 1:7. For many deceivers have gone out into the world, those who do not confess the coming of Jesus Christ in the flesh. Such a one is a deceiver and the Antichrist. Now, there is a figure in Revelation known as the Beast, which is often said to be the Antichrist, but they are never actually called the Antichrist. The Antichrist, as defined in the Bible, seems to be either a person who claims that they are the Messiah, or is a teacher who misleads people into thinking that Jesus is not the Messiah. And as you might have noticed from John 2:18, it is said that there have been many antichrists through the years, establishing that the Antichrist isn't necessarily just one evil person, but anyone who has gone out of their way to lead people away from Christ. Now, Jesus was, of course, sent here by God. That was the whole point. God put himself into human form to exist on Earth. Man cannot make their own Jesus, as Tedeschi is trying so hard to do. And while Jesus' return is foretold in the Bible, well, for one, he isn't going to come back to Earth as a baby. He's going to return as a full-grown man. So, Tedeschi's plan is flawed from the start. But also, the entire point is that we do not know when Jesus is coming back. Jesus himself does not know when he is coming back. We as mortal men cannot force Jesus to return. So this baby that Cecilia is carrying, that the church is so convinced is going to be the next Messiah, is a lie. It's a false idol. It's a flesh and blood version of the golden calf. If the convent's plan worked, and they all started worshiping the new baby as the Messiah, and convinced other people that the baby was the Messiah, that child would be the Antichrist, because they would be leading people away from the real Jesus. Now, the way this all ties into Cecilia and her arc depends entirely on how you view the journey she goes on in the last third of the film. One interpretation that my friend and I toyed around with is that Cecilia was sent by God to destroy the false idol. Cecilia was returned to life as a child. She was dead for about 7 minutes, and she was brought back from death.
The paramedics, they tried to revive me, but my heart stopped for almost 7 minutes.
This is an obvious mirror to the resurrection of Jesus Christ. This experience causes Cecilia to look for the reason God saved her life, and she feels guided to come to the convent.
I don't think of it like that as a decision, but the opportunities back in the States, I didn't feel like that's what God saved me for.
She's told by Tedeschi that God sent her here to birth the baby Jesus.
God saved you. This is it.
But then that, of course, turns out to be a lie. Cecilia accuses the cardinal of going against God's will, to which he responds,
If this is not the will of God, why does God not stop us?
And we spend a few good seconds afterwards focused on Cecilia, as a look of understanding and determination forms on her face. And the very next scene, Cecilia starts up her killing spree. This one line completely defines Cecilia's goal for the rest of the movie. She isn't just trying to escape or trying to get revenge. Although I'm sure killing these people was extremely cathartic for her. Instead, she's trying to end this whole operation. I mean, if her goal was to just get away, she probably could have snuck out after killing Mother Superior. And hell, considering her water breaks right after she does that, and she's later caught in the act by the doctor, it probably would have been the smarter move to get away as soon as possible. But no, she instead specifically tracks down and kills the highest members of the convent who have been running the baby mill, doubles back to grab the Jesus nail to ensure that no more DNA can be taken from it, and then goes all the way to the farthest part of the convent to burn down Tedeschi's lab. Tedeschi wasn't in the lab when she poured the ethanol. She didn't come here to kill him. She came here to make sure all of his work was destroyed. Although, she does not hesitate to light him on fire too. And, of course, once she has the baby, the little false idol, she destroys it immediately. Much like Moses in the book of Exodus destroyed the golden calf the second he discovered it. Perhaps this was Cecilia's true calling that she was looking for the entire film. If the cardinal is waiting for a sign from God that he is displeased with what they're doing, maybe Cecilia is that sign, and God saved her so she would go to the convent to stop Christians from worshiping a false version of his son, and so that she could strike down this entire corrupted system and prevent any more people from being victimized by it. Cecilia's appearance at the end is even a mirror of the red-masked nuns, though instead of black, she's dressed in pure angelic white, and instead of wearing a mask, her face is covered in the blood of sinners. The red-masked nuns were, in their devotion, working against God and trying to deliver a false idol into the world. Cecilia is his one true follower who has done his bidding. Now, do I personally think that this is the intended message of the film? No. Although Mohan is very open to more Christian-oriented readings of the film.
And there is an alternate interpretation of the film, if you wanted to, in that, what she's holding up at the end is a rock. and some people say God is my rock. So there, you could also argue that, like, I don't want to just make this movie as like a troll to Catholics, like, at all. Like, that's not my goal.
However, I do feel like interpreting this film as being about Cecilia following God's true path is ignoring the major themes of patriarchy and choice.
And one of the main things in the movie is like really trying to depict this notion of the patriarchy,
We already discussed the instances of men acting predatory and objectifying Cecilia, but also early on in the film, when Gwen reveals that she's not super religious and Cecilia questions if she believes in God, Gwen responds,
Of course I do. Life is so cruel. Only a man can be responsible.
So, God is part of the patriarchy, and in fact, considering he is God, he is the highest rung of the patriarchy. Although Gwen doesn't really give him that power in this scene. She just talks about God as if he was just another man. Call that blasphemous if you want, I'm just reporting what the film is saying. And viewing God through that lens, Cecilia has been letting a man control her every action since she was 12 years old. When asked if she is sure about joining the convent, she responds that it isn't a choice for her. She's literally following the path that she believes has been laid out for her by a man, and she isn't questioning it in the slightest. The reason Cecilia can't see the glass is because she trusts this man so much that she'd fly into stained glass if he told her to. And we can see this trust start to wane, not just in the story, but in the direction of the film. In an interview at GQ, Mohan explains, at the beginning, it's very romantic. We're seeing these beautiful frescoes and there's a sense of majesty. That sense of majesty that I felt when I was growing up Catholic. Then, as her body is deteriorating, so does our aesthetic.
It was because she was just in this new environment, everything felt very beautiful. So like the film feels more clean and crisp and the colors are more vibrant. And then as it goes on, like Michael and Elijah and our editors did such an amazing job of just like grading up the film and making it feel darker and the world feels smaller.
So we as the audience are being shown the convent the same way that Cecilia is seeing her religion. When she thinks it's beautiful, the convent is shown as beautiful. When she thinks it's dark and horrifying, the convent is dark and horrifying. There's a neat bit of imagery too during Cecilia's nightmare when she's trying to give her confession to the cardinal, taking the blame for her own assault and searching for guidance. But he keeps moving farther and farther away from her, or maybe her farther and farther away from him. In this one moment of vulnerability, the faith she's relied on her entire life to keep her safe seems out of reach, even if she doesn't understand why yet. There is also a theme of resurrection in the film, not just with Cecilia being brought back to life as a child, but also at the end. In a Collider interview, Mohan says that Cecilia crawling out of the catacombs at the end of the movie is her being reborn. So, Cecilia was reborn twice throughout her life. The first time when she was brought back to life after drowning and decided to devote her life to Christ. Quite literally becoming a born-again Christian, I guess. And the second, when she's freed herself from the convent and seemingly isn't going to be following Christ any longer. She's taken down the convent at this point, murdered all the people who terrorized her for months, said the G word. God damn it. As goofy as it is that Cecilia just kinda lets the doctor run off, I think it's significant that Cecilia specifically kills the religious figures who lied to her. Those were the people she trusted the most to guide her in her relationship with God, and they used that relationship to destroy her. And Cecilia returns the favor by using symbols of their faith to destroy them. She bashes Mother Superior with the cross, strangles the cardinal to death with rosaries, and then finally murders Tedeschi with the Jesus nail. All three of these symbols were previously seen being used to control Cecilia. Obviously, the shape of the cross was branded onto her feet, and we see Cecilia holding rosaries while being crowned the new Virgin Mary, and, of course, the nail that was used to impregnate her against her will. But even more than that, too, Jesus being nailed to the cross is the most prominent symbol of Christianity. The entire religion hinges on Jesus' sacrifice for mankind. Cecilia devoted herself to a religion based around the violent deed committed with that nail. The nail, in turn, was used to commit violence against her. Both physically, since the DNA extracted from that nail was used to impregnate her, but also emotionally, since the religion that is based around that nail was used to manipulate her and keep her in line. And at the end, she uses the nail to save her own life, taking back the power by wielding the weapon used against her. And then, of course, there is the baby Jesus, the most powerful symbol of this religion. God himself come to earth in human form. False idol or not, this child was used to control Cecilia for 9 months, and it was in the name of God. And her destroying the new baby Jesus, or the rough approximation of what the convent thinks is Jesus, is her ending her relationship with God in the most final way possible. Now, before we go any further in the baby smushing discussion, I do have to point out that this is ultimately a mercy killing. It was established earlier that all previous attempts to rebirth the baby Jesus ended with the children all being deformed and dying. And based on Cecilia's reaction, and its pained breathing, it's probably safe to assume that the same thing happened here. Keep in mind that Cecilia is out in the middle of nowhere, miles and miles away from any hospital, and she literally just had her belly sliced open a few minutes prior. She is not in any state to walk the baby to get medical attention. And Michael Mohan has even said that he isn't even sure that Cecilia survives this movie.
Who knows if she even lives? I mean, she has this giant wound in her belly, and like, how is she gonna where's she gonna go?
I can tell you, Christian Massini, our editor, he's convinced she dies because she has this giant gash in her belly. Right. She's bleeding out.
That makes sense. That checks out.
The baby is doomed to die no matter what. Cecilia killing it quickly is honestly a kindness on her end. I will put a disclaimer and say, of course, I wouldn't agree with this if it happened in real life. You know, like, ideally, Cecilia would at least try to keep the baby alive before resorting to rock death. But this also isn't real life. This isn't a real baby. And an action as bold as this one does say a lot on a metaphorical level. That's ultimately why Mohan chose not to show the baby. Keeping it off screen leaves room for the audience to put their own meaning onto it.
But if you don't show it, then that baby can represent something greater. You know, that baby can represent her ties, either her ties to religion or her ties to the version of religion that she came into the movie with, you know? Or it could mean something completely different to somebody else in the audience. And I don't want what I say to negate what somebody else might have, because we're finding that the movie is very personal to people. And
a lot of people walked away from this movie thinking that the baby is demonic. There's evidence for why people think this, as I pointed out earlier, but I really do think that the main reason people assumed that this was a demon baby is because it's always a demon baby, or the Antichrist, or some other kind of monster. It's some kind of malevolent force that has to be killed off in order to protect the world. Even if you sitting at home are staunchly pro-life, or just against kids dying in movies in general, it is definitely hard to deny that it's probably good to kill devil children who are going to destroy the world. It's completely understandable why Margaret would want to end her pregnancy. because the baby she's carrying is the Antichrist. It's considered bad in Shelby Oaks when Riley is stopped from killing the demon baby she was forced to birth. Same thing with the end of the original Omen. It's a lot harder to justify killing a baby when it's just a baby. False idol or not, this is just a sick little baby who got a bad hand in life. The convent was the one who terrorized Cecilia. The child was a tool used to cause harm, but it was ultimately still an innocent. And that, I think, is the reason that Immaculate is a stronger pro-choice narrative than the First Omen. Because Cecilia not wanting the baby has nothing to do with the baby. It has to do with her life and her right to choose what she does with it. Tedeschi does genuinely seem to believe that God chose him to do all these freaky experiments.
And then God showed me a path. He brought me here. This is what I was meant to be. Do you know what it's like to watch the miracle die in the womb? To fail God again and again and again.
And he might also actually think that this is the path God chose for Cecilia too. But if this was Cecilia's true path, then surely he wouldn't have to work so hard to make her stay on it. And even if the baby really was Jesus, and bringing him into the world to let him save humanity was truly the noble thing to do, would it really be noble if you're forced into doing it? Would you be noble if someone knocked you out and stole your kidney to give to a dying person? Was it noble for Grace to be drugged and dragged onto the spaceship after he said no? Is it noble to save the world when you literally had no choice not to? When your life has such little meaning to the people making these choices that they don't even think anything of taking it away because they view it as a necessary sacrifice.
What is one life weighed against the entire universe?
But it was my life.
What meaning does a yes have if no is not an option? Shouldn't Mary be allowed to choose? The Bible says she should. God didn't just stick a baby in her and let her deal with it. An angel came down and explained the whole situation to Mary, and she responded, "Behold the handmaid of the Lord, be it unto me according to thy word," giving her consent for God to use her body to bring Jesus into the world. God gave Mary more choice in whether or not she became pregnant than the convent gave to Cecilia, than churches and politicians across the world give to the people under their protection. The idea of a church creating a fake version of Jesus in order to hold power didn't originate with this convent. It's something we've seen in Christianity for centuries. How many atrocities have been committed in the name of Jesus? But it's a strange, fake Jesus that people have made up to serve their own agendas. The Bible says, "Thou shalt not kill," but people hanged witches and slaughtered entire groups to uphold the word of God. Jesus said, "It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God," and literally stormed into a temple and whipped everyone inside when he saw that it was being used for profit. But the pastors of megachurches are all millionaires with private jets.
A lot of people think it's unbecoming for a preacher to live a life of luxury and to fly around in private jets. What's your response to that?
Very simple. It takes a lot of money to do what we do. And I didn't pay anywhere. Tyler's one of the greatest guys. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
Jesus said that if your eyes are causing you to sin, you should pluck them out. Yet it's women who are told that it's their fault for men's wandering gaze.
And yes, like for the sake of other people's husbands too, right? It's like, well, if that's somebody's husband and their eyes are wandering, it's okay to just be respectful. This is growing up is learning that it's okay to just be respectful and mindful of other people's space, property, relationships. And that does mean flaunting your body in front of other people's husbands. Because here's the thing, we know that people have sexual urges. We know that people have a low sense of self-control. We know that.
Jesus said, love your neighbor, and that really hasn't worked out, has it? There was even one lady on Twitter who was claiming that Jesus was like too alpha or whatever to have died on the cross, which, look, I haven't been to church in close to 2 decades, but even I know that's blasphemous. The version of Jesus that many people are worshiping is a false version of Jesus, one that's twisted so that the people in power can use his name to achieve whatever ends they want. It might be based on the real Jesus, it might have his name, but it's not ordained by God, so it's false. In September of 2025, TikTok went absolutely crazy preparing for the rapture, which had been predicted to happen by a South African preacher known online as Brother Joshua. YouTuber Wendigoon did an extremely extensive deep dive into this whole thing, ending on the powerful note that the devil's whole goal is to turn people away from the word of Christ, which is something that Brother Joshua ended up doing when he claimed to be the Messiah and pretended to speak for God.
So no, I don't explicitly think it's satanic, but I don't really think there's a difference, because with Christians like this, who needs a devil?
And I think that's a theme that could be brought into this film. The First Omen shows Christians whose desire for power is so strong that they align themselves with the devil. Immaculate shows Christians whose desire for power is so strong that they become the devil themselves. The Bible verse that Sister Mary leaves for Cecilia to find reads, "For Satan himself often masquerades as an angel of light," meaning that Satan pretends to be friendly, welcoming, respectable, in order to deceive people into doing his will. Mary here is identifying the convent as the devil, that they put on a wholesome and godly front to hide the horrific sins they are committing in the shadows. This movie doesn't have to be supernatural. It doesn't have to be the devil pulling the strings, because the Christians running this convent are already doing the devil's work. They are chasing away, mistreating, and murdering loyal followers of Christ through their idol worship and their twisting of the Bible to serve their own agenda. With Christians like these, who needs the devil? Grace in Project Hail Mary and even Fry from Futurama, at the end of their respective stories, actively choose to be heroic. In both cases, they ended up working with the system that forced them into this role in the first place. But they both agreed with the mission. They didn't have an issue with what the system was trying to accomplish. They just didn't like being forced into this situation against their will.
Of course not. I love the future.
Then why are you choking me right now?
Because I don't like being used.
They each found something that is worth fighting for, something that the system didn't know or care about, and became heroes specifically to save them. Cecilia doesn't have any reason to want to work with the convent. She saw what happened to Gwen, who asked too many questions and was dragged away and tortured. She saw what happened to Isabel, who gave up her whole identity for the convent, literally willing to murder to continue serving them, and was killed by them anyways. The thing that Cecilia found that is worth fighting for is herself. And she knows that if she goes along with the convent's mission, even if they don't kill her, her life will be gone. And so she burns the research, steals the Jesus nail, kills the people who did the assaulting and impregnating. The only thing tying her to the convent now is the baby. When Rosemary finally meets her child, who was conceived through assault and led to her being horribly mistreated her entire pregnancy, she is initially frightened and angry. However, Rosemary wanted to be a mother and knows how to take care of a child properly, which is something that no one else in the cult can do.
Get her out of here. Put her where she belongs.
You're rocking him too fast. That's why he's crying.
So Rosemary takes back her power by embracing motherhood, which for some women can be extremely empowering. Cecilia, however, takes her power back by rejecting motherhood. When Cecilia joined the convent at the beginning of the movie, she was satisfied to let God tell her what to do with her life. She didn't question the words twisted to serve other people's agendas and just passively did what she was told. But by the end, she's actively fighting to choose her own fate, actively refusing the path Tedeschi has chosen for her using the name of God. When the Cardinal tells her what they're doing is okay because God hasn't stopped them, it's a call to action for Cecilia. If God won't stop them, if God won't save me, then I will. As said by Sweeney in an interview with GQ, she realized that her purpose isn't to serve or be obedient to others, it's to take control of her own life. Her life is hers again, and now, no matter what happens next to Cecilia, whether she lives or dies, whether a red-masked nun jumps out and grabs her, whether she ends up in jail for, quadruple homicide, the system that subjugated her is destroyed. It's not toppled completely, obviously. Like, there's always gonna be creepy guys and corrupt people in power. The patriarchy can't be destroyed by one person alone. Not to mention that the red-masked nuns are probably still kicking around. But the baby operation is finished. There's not going to be any more women being drugged, assaulted, and buried alive to bring about the birth of a false idol who could have potentially been used to manipulate millions of people. The system that exploited Margaret is still in power by the end of her movie. They're successfully enacting their evil plan, and she lives in perpetual fear that they're going to find her someday. Of course, because this is a prequel. The First Omen was never going to have a truly happy ending. Damien was always going to be born and given to the Thorns no matter what. And I wouldn't say that Cecilia's ending is super happy either, but even if she dies, she'll die free for the first time in her life. Cecilia found her purpose, and it wasn't through waiting for God to tell her what to do, but by making the choice to fight for her own life. Now, I don't think it's fair to analyze every single piece of work an actor plays in to figure out their politics. I mean, like, what? Am I gonna write an analysis about what it means that Jeff Goldblum played a rapist in Death Wish? The movie about how the only way to stop crime is to murder all criminals? Of course not. He wasn't famous yet. He needed to pay rent and just took whatever job he could get. Likewise, it would be unfair to do a political analysis of Sweeney's appearances and Zombies of Mass Destruction, or Dead Ant, or I don't know, she was in a spider movie that was pretty bad. Either because she was way too young to understand the political satire in these movies, or because she was an unknown actress who was taking any role she could get. But I do think it's worth looking at what jobs an actor accepts once they get successful enough that they can get a little bit picky with what projects they take and what they don't. And Sweeney was young and inexperienced when she initially auditioned for Immaculate. It's entirely possible that she didn't fully grasp the politics in the story back then. But she did think about this movie for 10 years. She went out of her way to get the rights to make it. She hired the director, who was someone she worked closely with in the past.
I know, I've been working with her since she was 19 years old. I feel so grateful that she's chosen me to make her most fucked up movies.
She produced it and brought on the other financiers, some of which were people she already had personal and professional relationships with. She helped revise the scripts. She scouted locations.
I definitely pushed towards the more artistic, where we filmed like Villa Parisi, because there were multiple directions we could have gone, where sometimes we were looking at some locations that were more like dilapidated and rock and dry, and I was like, no, we're in Italy, we need to show how beautiful but haunting all these places are.
She was involved in casting and even picked out some of the other actors.
When I met him, I knew that he was the one. I
You called me. You were like, I met Father Tedeschi. His name is Alvaro Morte. Go watch everything he's ever done.
Benedetta and Alvaro, I was begging and like kept pitching to the entire team. I was like, we have to cast them.
She also apparently directed one of the shots, the one where Cecilia's fingernail comes off.
I'm going to say this. That's one of the ickiest parts of the movie. That shot was directed by Sydney Sweeney.
She even brought her grandmothers on to be background extras.
All right.
This is my Grandy. She's iconic, and she needed a smoke break in between takes.
This is Sweeney's movie. It literally wouldn't exist without her. Even Mohan says that it's her baby.
And I should say, like, you know, Sydney's a producer on this movie. She was at all of the location scouts. This isn't like one of those things where she's like a producer in name only. Like, she is like this is her baby, and she was there every step of the way.
And this is also a movie where Sydney Sweeney crushes baby Jesus with a rock. Now, as mentioned before, this scene was not in the original script. Mohan was insistent on changing it, and it was one of the things he was unwilling to bend on.
No matter what happens with this movie, I am a team player, but I'm never going to change the montage song, and I'm never going to change the ending.
So I can't say Sweeney got this movie made because of the ending, but she does seem extremely proud of it in interviews, and she likes the changes that Mohan made.
Michael brought the ending to the table. So when I sent him the script within, I want to say by the end of the day, he sent over like a 20, 30 page deck of everything, his inspiration, how he sees the movie. And I remember going through it, and it solidified why I knew he was perfect for it.
When asked specifically what made the original script stay with Sweeney all these years, Sweeney responded,
I think because a lot of the fear and the terror and the horror comes from a place of realism, where in a lot of films, you're trying to run away from something and you can escape it, whereas Cecilia, one, she is trapped in this convent, but then also the thing that terrifies her the most and the thing that's torturing her the most is growing inside her. And so she can't outrun it.
Which is vague, but saying that the horror is something that you can't escape from, that seems to be referring to the pregnancy. And since we already established that the pregnancy isn't demonic, well, I mean, the most obvious takeaway here is that the horror Sweeney is referring to is that Cecilia was impregnated against her will and was forced to carry it to term. Now, what I'm not going to do is act like I understand all of Sydney Sweeney's political beliefs because of this one movie she made. For one, Sweeney was asked directly if the movie is pro-choice, and she was extremely vague about it. Did not give a direct answer. She just said, oh yeah, some people will interpret it that way. However, it is worth acknowledging that 3 years before this, in 2021, Flaunt interviewed Sweeney, and when the topic of her character in Euphoria's pregnancy storyline came up, Sweeney did say, I don't like getting into political topics, but I do believe that a woman has the right to be able to decide over her body, which is undeniably a very pro-choice sentiment. But whether or not that's something Sweeney still believes, or if she purposely put that messaging into Immaculate, I can't say for sure. Sweeney's first big foray into the world of political controversy actually happened a year after the Flaunt interview. I completely missed this because I didn't know who Sydney Sweeney was at the time, but I guess she threw her mother a hoedown for her 60th birthday, and some guests brought hats resembling MAGA hats that said, "Make 60 great again," which, to be fair, it's not as if the left doesn't make joke novelty MAGA hats too. Some guy in the background had a Blue Lives Matter shirt on, but like, I have some Trump supporters in my family too. I understand why someone would be alarmed by this, but I also don't think this is enough to say what Sweeney's politics are. But nowadays, it's pretty well known that Sweeney is a registered Republican. I try not to put stuff in my videos unless I can confirm it for myself, and assuming that I found the right person, that does seem to be true. Now, obviously, if Immaculate is a pro-choice, anti-religion movie, well, that's not exactly a Republican stance. I'm not going to say that Sweeney is a secret leftist or anything like that. I think we too easily separate people into binaries, you know, the left and the right, when in reality, people's belief systems are often weird and messy and contradictory. I know hardcore MAGA people who love their gay children and think people who don't get vaccinated are idiots. I know people on the left who support Trump's immigration policies. And if Sweeney is actually pro-choice, she can believe that while still voting Republican, as contradictory as that may seem. In fact, a famous conservative did come out as pro-choice once. Does anyone remember Tomi Lahren? We used to call her Toyota Lasagna back in the day. She had a show on The Blaze that got reposted everywhere. My god, she was so fucking annoying. But then one day she came out and said, well, Republicans believe that the government should be meddling with our lives, so why should they have the right to tell women what to do with our bodies?
I can't sit here and be a hypocrite and say I'm for limited government, but I think that the government should decide what women do with their bodies. So stay out of my guns, and you can stay out of my body as well.
And she got suspended almost immediately. And I mean, it looks like she is still kicking around, but she's nowhere near the powerhouse that she used to be. Republicans just could not accept that she disagreed with them on this one specific thing, and it very well might have ruined her career. But I would be a complete idiot if I claimed that Tomi Lahren is anywhere near liberal because of this one view she has. I do think it's at least worth acknowledging that yes, Sweeney did make a pregnancy horror movie that was interpreted as being pro-choice when it came out. And yes, the movie is also viewed as being extremely critical of religion. Sweeney, in interviews around the time Immaculate released, said that she's a lot less religious than her family, and that she was hiding what the movie was about from her family.
I read that you said that your family's religious. So how is this movie for your family? Like, what do they think about it?
They haven't seen it, so I don't know. You guys, I didn't tell them what the movie was. And I brought my grandmas to the premiere last week. And my grandy, literally, she leans over and she looks at me in the aisle and she goes, "Oh my God, Sydney."
Which, again, may not mean anything, but this all apparently didn't go entirely unnoticed by the right. Now, about 3 weeks before Immaculate came out, Sydney Sweeney hosted SNL. And this was the specific event that made MAGA people decide that Sydney Sweeney was going to be their mascot. I don't even think this had anything to do with the hoedown, although Sweeney did make a little joke about it in her monologue.
But when people ask, did you go to a Trump-themed party for your mom? I say, Idaho.
No, it really just seemed that conservatives liked her because she has big boobs. In an attempt to, be fair, I looked for an actual explanation, and this is the best one I was able to find. From National Post. Exactly how this led to a cultural cataclysm over beauty and wokeness can be summarized as follows. we've spent years being chastised for desiring or admiring beauty, because beauty is rare and exclusionary, and to exclude is to hate. Or so we've been scolded to accept by today's diversity, equity, and inclusion fanatics. We aren't supposed to admire Sweeney's beauty, but we've done it anyways. People want to look at beauty on TV, and in art generally, but we're being starved of it because attractiveness is deemed immoral. As such, beauty is now political. For this, we can thank the tyrannical, woke, and, ironically, minority vanguard? What the fuck? That has had for years coerced our culture into pretending that unbeautiful things are beautiful. It's not that Sweeney herself is political. She's not. Nor does she need to be in order to make the point that so many apparently believe she has made. And while her breasts have caused fucking, what is it? How the fuck you pronounce that? I don't see this as the sudden death knell of wokeness. So when I talk about Sweeney causing a cultural cataclysm, I only mean it insofar as it is perceived to be one. It's not that the Sweeney conversation isn't welcome. It is. It's just that we have been heading in this direction for months. The signs have been all around us, perhaps just not so large and buoyant as this one. And this is how the article ends. But none of these possibilities will change the fact that we are all starting to envisage the death of woke. We are seeing it everywhere, including in the breasts of young, beautiful women. But that's besides the point. Because with Sweeney, what it really comes down to is this. Sex sells. That has never changed. So, yeah, literally, it is just about her tits. So, when almost immediately after conservatives started celebrating having a new mascot, Sweeney's movie where she smashed the baby Jesus to death with a rock came out, there was some backlash. I can't say for sure how much there was. I did attempt to do an advanced search on Twitter, and I didn't find a lot, but I don't know if that means that there wasn't really much of it at all, or if Twitter is just a completely unusable platform. I do think that a lot of the people who would have been offended by this movie just didn't watch it. I did see some people out in the wild who were expressing outrage, but as far as my research has gone, it really was just a handful of angry tweets that were getting all the attention. The big one was from user Aurora Faced, who, according to the Wrap, deleted their entire account after their tweet went viral. So we only have screenshots to go off of here, but they apparently said, "Libs saw how the anti-woke crowd embraced Sydney Sweeney as their new darling and right away had to shove her in this blasphemous, satanic, feminist, pro-abortion, anti-life movie degrading Christians. This movie also debases Mary, mother of the Christ. Don't bother watching." Okay, so question. Does this person think that movies only take 2 weeks to make? Actually, no. That's still giving them too much credit, because Sweeney advertises Immaculate in her SNL monologue.
But I do have a new film coming out called Immaculate.
So this blasphemous movie existed before the anti-woke crowd embraced Sydney Sweeney as their new darling. Were you too busy drooling over this woman's tits that you weren't listening to the words coming out of her mouth? And also, I'm sorry, the libs shoved Sweeney into this movie? This is Sydney Sweeney's movie. She is the entire reason it exists.
Yeah, I mean, I auditioned hoping I'd get cast in a movie, and now I look back and I'm like, Sid, you made it. Like, that's so cool.
And that is an interesting thing I noticed from the small amount of conservative backlash I did find from this movie, that conservatives weren't mad at Sweeney, they were mad at the libs who were forcing her to do all this propaganda against her will. This one Twitter user who after being told that Sweeney probably isn't on the right because she made Immaculate and also because she attended the GLAAD Awards about a week prior, responded, she was probably only there because someone tricked her. And then when someone called them out, they said, I could have easily been misled too. And it wouldn't be the first time someone in the gay community pulled a fast one on me, let me tell you. Wait, hang on, what does that mean? But yeah, man, I'm sure Sydney Sweeney was totally tricked into attending the GLAAD Awards with her openly queer co-star to talk about the gay couple in the movie she produced. There's an assumption that Sweeney doesn't have agency in her own career, that she is just a mindless, pretty little sex bot that's supposed to agree with all your opinions, and if she doesn't, she was deceived and forced against her will. Neon liked the Aurora Face tweet so much that they turned it into a t-shirt, which I attempted to find in their store, but if it was ever for sale, it's not now. And they also turned this other tweet into a poster. Neon nowadays is kind of notorious in the horror sphere for their crazy advertising. Shortly after Immaculate's release, they started up their insane marketing campaign for Longlegs that was so successful. Now, literally every other horror movie is trying to replicate its success. But you can see a small bit of that insanity with their advertising for Immaculate, with Neon heavily leaning into the Christian outrage for marketing. Like, even if it was just 2 tweets, they beat those 2 tweets into the ground. And apparently 2 days before the First Omen came out, they lowered the ticket price to $6.66 and arranged Sweeney's name into the shape of an upside-down cross, which is cute, not accurate to the movie at all. Again, there's nothing demonic in the movie, but that's fine, whatever. Even Sweeney got in on the marketing. Sweeney was watching Immaculate with 2 pastors.
Oh, don't do it. You're not gonna do it, are you? Oh, no. No, you're not. No. No. No! Oh, my God, you did it.
Am I banned from the church?
And reading the Bible on Twitter in a slightly cheeky tone.
He turned around, looked at them, and called down a curse on them in the name of the Lord. Then 2 bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys.
Maybe this was contractually expected of her for some reason, but I don't know. Osgood Perkins just kind of let Neon go absolutely feral with the marketing for Longlegs. He had nothing to do with it at all. So Sweeney appearing in this marketing feels more like a choice on her end. She obviously, at this point, did not mind making fun of Christians a little bit. However, while Sweeney did retweet a lot of stuff about Immaculate and took part in the online marketing, she never retweeted or said anything about the Christian outrage. Still though, it is at least worth mentioning this time because this all made people think that maybe Sweeney wasn't a conservative after all. On both sides of the aisle. I'm not going to act like it was a lot of people. Again, I don't think a lot of people outside the horror sphere watched this movie, but while researching this video, I stumbled across this thread on r/pro-life where someone asked, hey, what's up with this movie Immaculate? I heard that the lead actress is pro-life, but she kills a baby at the end. That's really weird. And then basically all the responses are just like, well, I guess she isn't actually pro-life then. I also found this random Tumblr post talking about the right's obsession with blonde-haired women, where someone responds, there's this idea on the right that the libs or wokes hate blonde, busty, conventionally attractive white women. I believe it's a conviction born of projection. They hate us and all of our beliefs and aesthetics, therefore we must do the same. We see this in the idolization of Sydney Sweeney that lasted all of a minute until they realized she wasn't one of them. This was written in February of 2025, almost a full year after Immaculate came out. These aren't bombastic clickbaity headlines or neon trying to advertise their movie. These are just normal people talking amongst their communities, and both agree that, yeah, maybe Sydney Sweeney isn't so conservative after all. So then, what happened? Well, Sydney Sweeney started going crazy with the sexy advertisements, which was controversial, in particular because Sweeney has spoken out in the past about how she doesn't want to be sexualized so much, only for her to go on and sell her bathwater. Now, a common narrative I've seen floating around is that Sweeney is a hypocrite and/or a sellout, that she's giving up her morals to get as much money as possible. However, what this criticism often misses is that Sydney Sweeney doesn't have any money, or at least not as much as you'd probably think. In an interview with The Hollywood Reporter, Sweeney opened up about how she can't afford to take a break. Tragically, this is brought up in the context that she wants to have kids, but if she stopped working to have them, she wouldn't have enough money to support them. If I wanted to take a 6-month break, I don't have income to cover that, she says. I don't have someone supporting me. I don't have anyone I can turn to pay my bills or call for help. Surely HBO paychecks afford a lifestyle immune from rising gas prices. They don't pay actors like they used to, and with streamers, you no longer get residuals, Sweeney notes. The established stars still get paid, but I have to give 5% to my lawyer, 10% to my agents, 3% or something like that to my business manager. I have to pay my publicist every month, and that's more than my mortgage. To stay relevant as a young actress, particularly one so deeply entrenched in and reliant on the internet generation, requires investment. There's a lot of press to do, and the associated costs, styling, tailoring, hair and makeup, travel, aren't always covered by a network. She says this is what motivated her to pivot into brand deals, taking gigs as a Miu Miu ambassador and starring in an Armani beauty campaign. If I just acted, I wouldn't be able to afford my life in LA. I take deals because I have to. And Sydney Sweeney doesn't just want to be an actor, she also wants to produce. This is something she's wanted since some of her earliest roles. She was inspired by Elizabeth Moss on Handmaid's Tale, and she used to ask a lot of questions and try to get involved with the whole process when she was filming Everything Sucks and Sharp Objects.
And she spent time, like when we were working on Everything Sucks together, she would sit with the AC and like ask questions about what lenses they were using. And this is when she was 19 years old.
I mean, I was like 19 on Everything Sucks, and in that moment, I remember I wanted to be a part of more than just acting. When I was filming Sharp Objects, I had a small role, but Jean-Marc created such an incredible environment on set where I felt like I didn't have to leave. So I would come and hang out and sit at Video Village with his producing partner, Nathan Ross, and I would just sit and watch and learn and listen. And I remembered during that time, I was like, I'm gonna try and observe everything I can because I wanna do this one day.
And I think it does say something that Sweeney became famous in 2019 and started her production company almost immediately after in 2020. This is what she's actually interested in, making movies. And it costs a lot of money to make a movie. There's this mantra in Hollywood, one for them, one for me, which basically means that a filmmaker will make a big studio crowd pleaser in order to either form a relationship with the studio or else just get a large paycheck from making a big blockbuster, and then use that money and influence to make their passion project. Martin Scorsese is pretty well known for using this method. He made The Color of Money so that he could make The Last Temptation of Christ. Taika Waititi has done a similar method with his films. And Sydney Sweeney has already done this. She used the relationship she built with Sony by acting in Madam Web to get Anyone But You made.
Madam Web is my first ever studio project.
And while I was filming that, I was actually building the packages for both Immaculate and Anyone But You. And I then took Anyone But You out once I put the whole package together and put the pitch together. And I called up Sony and I said, hey, I have this movie. We're filming together. Let's build a relationship. And that's how Anyone But You got made.
So there is a fair chance that Sweeney is doing all these advertisements just to be able to finance her movies. And the easiest way, for her at least, to get those companies to want to work with her is by leaning into her sex appeal. And for the record, no, I don't think that's hypocritical of her. A person can make sexual art, or sexual advertisements in this case, and not want to be sexualized in everything that they do. I mean, that's basic consent, right? Just because Sweeney is okay with being sexualized in some contexts doesn't mean she's okay with being sexualized in all contexts. Sweeney does not have to be naked in a movie or sitting in a bathtub for people to sexualize her. She shows up somewhere wearing a completely normal dress, literally no more revealing than what the other women are wearing. But because she has a large chest, every man in a 100-mile radius turns into a cartoon wolf. Even when she's completely covered up. Like, here's an interview she did for Immaculate that has one singular comment responding to the video, and it's lamenting the fact that they can't see her chest. And yeah, Sweeney did make a couple jokes about her boobs on Saturday Night Live.
But if that failed, I also presented them with a backup plan. Next slide.
And there's the one Hooters sketch.
I'm so sorry. I had to run to the bank. Here's your tip, new girl. Damn, she fine.
But for the most part, Sweeney was just kind of standing on a stage, talking, and she was sexualized to an absolutely ridiculous degree. Because of how close her hosting SNL was to the release of Immaculate, a lot of the interviews I watched also mentioned SNL, and Sweeney was talking about how she has wicked bad stage fright, and she was terrified to do something live like that.
Well, but now you're hosting Saturday Night Live. I know. With Casey Musgraves. It's gonna be great.
It's crazy.
Yes, are you excited? Are you nervous?
I am so nervous. Like, just talking about it, I'm shaking.
Were you scared though, like that
Terrified.
night?
I have stage fright. It's terrifying, guys. It was so scary. My mouth dried up. Oh my gosh. I'm like having panic attacks thinking about it.
I was gonna say, you have stage fright.
I do.
You just hosted SNL. You're like
No.
everywhere. What are you talking about?
No, it's a thing. And the whole entire SNL experience was a challenge, and it was terrifying. And I think it's good to face fears. I still have the same fear, but I faced it, so.
So I can't even imagine what it must have felt like when she got off the stage, and instead of people talking about her performance or the jokes or if she was funny or not, it was all just think pieces about her chest. Apparently, there was also an incident where people were tagging her little cousins on screenshots of her naked body from Euphoria. And, I mean, we could all agree that that's crossing a line, right? Like, why would anyone assume she would possibly want that? Apparently, the violation Sweeney felt from that incident, among many others, fueled her performance in Immaculate. There's so many raw, guttural moments that I felt as Cecilia, and the pain and the agony and the fear and the sadness that she was going through. I just let her come out in a very deep and emotional way. A lot of actors will always be associated with their first big role, no matter how many other quirky or unique characters they go on to play. Robert Pattinson will always be thought of as Edward, and Jennifer Lawrence as Katniss. Cassie, I imagine, is a hard character to be associated with forever, and people seem to have a hard time distinguishing Sweeney and Cassie from one another. I've seen people say that the only reason Sweeney is good in Euphoria is because she's just like Cassie. Particularly that Cassie's whole thing is that she feels like the only way that she can get love is by using her body.
She didn't like to be alone, and every guy she ever dated asked for the same things. And she almost always said yes, even though it didn't always make her feel good.
And people have looked at Sweeney's sexy advertisements and are assuming that she's the exact same way. Ironic, because one of the biggest reasons Sweeney tries to play a lot of different types of characters is because she wants to get away from the way she was sexualized on Euphoria.
I mean, every character that I did after that was challenging the viewer's perception of the type of characters that I do play. I mean, Reality, Christy, Americana, Eden, all of them. So I think that there's just growing pains.
How do you shift the industry's objectifying gaze into a source of empowerment and leverage?
That's a deep question.
That's a beautiful question.
I just keep playing characters that people don't think that I'd play.
But it hasn't worked, at least not very well. Cecilia did end up getting sexualized by the audience, because sometimes you can kind of see through her dress.
I remember like a review being like, she's constantly like in a wet white shirt. Like, this is ridiculous. And I was like, did you see the movie? Yeah, it was one of those things where I was like.
Similarly, someone in the Sydney Sweeney subreddit asked for people's opinions about one of her older films, Clementine, where Sweeney plays an underage girl who pretends to be older than she is and ends up getting exploited. And everyone just responded asking if you could see Sweeney's boobs and talking about the girl-on-girl kissing. I found similar comments in another subreddit too. Both of these films have the message of objectifying women is bad, but then people ended up objectifying the women in them. This is a cycle that Sweeney is just stuck in, at least for the immediate future. And honestly, if that's going to be the case, then I don't see why she shouldn't be making bank off of it. HBO gets a shitload of money from showing Sweeney's body on their show. Money Sweeney apparently doesn't get to see. If anyone should be profiting off of Sydney Sweeney's body, it's Sydney Sweeney. I have no problem with the idea of Sweeney doing these ads, or the lingerie line with the stupid name. Although I could do without it being paid for by Jeff Bezos. These bras are being funded by exploited Amazon workers. That sucks, not gonna lie. But if Sweeney had gotten the money some other way and wanted to make a company where she could sell and pose in lingerie, I wouldn't care. If this is the best way she feels like she can fund her art, then fine. I truly believe that if we weren't living in an absolute capitalist nightmare and Sweeney was getting proper compensation for her work on Euphoria, that the jeans ad might not have happened. But she doesn't, and it did, so now we finally get to talk about it.
My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has great jeans.
Okay, first thing we need to acknowledge. If you currently go on youtube.com and look up Sydney Sweeney jeans ad, the first thing that'll pop up is not the controversial ad, or at least not the most controversial ad. This is a different ad. Do not be fooled like all these comments are. Actually, there was a whole ad campaign around Sydney Sweeney that is straight up not on the American Eagle YouTube, aside from this one ad. I assume they took them all down when the backlash started, but either way, the most controversial ad is still very easy to find online. Basically, it's a pun on, like jeans like pants and jeans like genetics.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has great jeans.
This concept was actually done back in 1980 with a then 15-year-old Brooke Shields.
Genes are fundamental in determining the characteristics of an individual and passing on these characteristics to succeeding generations.
This ad was controversial too, but more due to the fact that Shields was, you know, a child. Have you ever looked into the way Brooke Shields was treated? Sickening. At least Sydney Sweeney is a full-grown adult, like we're already doing better in that regard. But the problem with the 2025 version is that it comes off very white supremacy. White supremacists tend to think that blonde-haired, blue-eyed people have superior genes. And the ad says that Sweeney, who is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, I mean, she doesn't have blonde hair biologically, but like, she has it in the ad, has great genes. With Sweeney specifically mentioning her blue genes in an obvious reference to her blue eyes.
And even I color. My genes are blue.
Now, do I think that this ad was genuinely made to be a white supremacist dog whistle? No. I think that the great genes in question was supposed to be a joke about Sweeney being hot, like every other ad she did around this time. It's supposed to be a horny ad for the guys. Literally, if this aired 20 years ago, I don't think anyone would have thought anything of it. Unfortunately, though, we're currently living in Hell World. Elon Musk threw up the salute a few months before this. Companies all ignored Pride Month that year. Everyone was extremely on edge. And then, of course, you have the prior context of the MAGA birthday party and the way conservatives were drooling all over her after SNL. And yeah, it did kind of paint a fucked up picture. Now, I think it's at least worth pointing out that a lot of the controversy over this ad was most likely manufactured. The New York Times did a pretty thorough deep dive, pointing out that most of the initial engagement from the left was minimal until right-wing influencers started cherry-picking random tweets to make it look like there was an outrage. Tracks with the fact that Fox News wouldn't shut the fuck up about the Genes ad when this was all going on.
Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney is Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney.
They were acting as if this was the biggest story in the country, while the Epstein files were literally being released. This is kind of similar to what happened with Neon and the overly inflated conservative backlash against Immaculate. You know, if you ever hear about there being a huge backlash against something and you keep seeing the same, like, 2 tweets over and over again, might be a reason for that. But regardless of if it started out as a big deal, it did become one. People did genuinely get riled up, and actual politicians were throwing support behind Sweeney and the Genes ad, including the President of the United States.
If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic.
One person we didn't hear from, though, was Sydney Sweeney, at least not until 4 months after the ad aired, when she was being interviewed by GQ. Now, a lot has been said about this interview, and I'm not going to be getting into it too much. But the most noteworthy thing here is that the interviewer gives Sweeney so many chances to apologize or disavow white supremacy or say anything about the way people have been interpreting the ad. And she just refuses at literally every single turn.
Were you surprised by the reaction? I did a Gene ad. I mean, the reaction definitely was a surprise, but it was, I love jeans.
Is there something that you want to say about the ad itself? The Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Do you have...
The ad spoke for itself.
You think the ad spoke for itself?
Yeah.
Okay. Since you are talking about this, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when I have an issue that I want to speak about, people will hear.
She also said a few other questionable things here too, like that President Trump tweeting in support of her is surreal.
It was surreal.
It was surreal.
Mm-hmm.
Which, yes, I'm sure it was, but that is a very neutral statement about a guy who was in the middle of doing some extremely heinous shit. And that she wasn't aware of the controversy because she wasn't on social media.
I kind of just put my phone away. I was filming every day. I'm filming Euphoria, so I'm working like 16-hour days, and I don't really bring my phone on set, so I work and then I go home and I go to sleep.
Which contradicts the way Sweeney has talked about social media in both interviews before and after, including this one Q&A where she basically says she's on social media while on set.
She doesn't have social media. And she doesn't live on her phone or any of that. And I just thought she was the coolest person ever, just living in the moment, building relationships, becoming friends with all the crew. And I love that.
Granted, she did stop posting on Twitter in 2024, so maybe she really has cut down on social media. But I do also find it hard to believe that she wasn't aware of the controversy. It's kind of a big deal when millions of people are arguing about if you're a white supremacist or not. And to be fair to Sweeney, she is an extremely private person. This is pointed out in the GQ interview.
I think a lot of people feel like it's better for art if artists can keep themselves a little bit separate from politics.
Yeah, I've never talked about my personal life.
I know.
The professional benefits for me and being private is for my own just health and sanity. If I let everybody in all the time, I have nothing for myself.
And her refusing to answer questions isn't something exclusive to this one topic.
Is it even gonna ever come back? Have you as an actor ever had that concern, like, are we coming back? Are we doing more Euphoria? It's a curious time to get thirsty. What just happened? Are you anxious and excited? It's been, what, probably 3 years since you've been on set. Yeah. How much anticipation from a scale of 1 to 10 do you feel about getting back on set to play Cassie again? What just happened? You were talkative. We were having fun.
I know. Honestly, it's like as scary as talking about Marvel, guys.
Again, this is cruel, I know, but like it was a taxing scene, to say the least. Yes?
Yeah.
As mentioned earlier, she did not confirm if Immaculate is a pro-choice movie when directly asked. And there was also this controversy from a few years ago where Sweeney did an interview with Women's Health where they listed a bunch of jobs Sweeney apparently worked while she was a struggling teen, one of which was a Universal Studios tour guide. This wasn't a quote from Sweeney, this was just the writer listing out jobs. And then when she was asked about it in later interviews, Sweeney didn't give a straight answer.
You worked at Universal, did you not?
No, I was a huge theme park person. My family and all of our friends would go to Universal all the time, to the point that I've memorized the Universal Studios tour. But yeah, I mean, like every high school kid, needed a job. Yeah. And I was taking anything that I could get.
Yeah.
Is it true that you briefly worked as a tour guide at Universal Studios? And if so, did you have a favorite tour fun fact or point of interest? I was a struggling actor in high school, and I had to pay all my own bills. But yeah, I'd pay my own phone bill, car insurance, everything, gas. And I'm so glad she did, because I've learned how to budget and save my money and know what's important in life. I love tour guides at Universal. I memorized the entire thing, and so I was there for a little bit, and then I actually booked Sharp Objects.
A Universal Studios employee made a TikTok accusing her of lying.
So yeah, qualified to say this. No hate to her. I don't know her personally. I don't know why she's choosing to kind of fib about this, but Sydney Sweeney has never been a Universal tour guide.
But then the Hollywood Reporter looked into it, and the truth ended up being somewhere in the middle. Sweeney did work at Universal, but only for a month. So while she did train to be a tour guide, she most likely didn't give any tours. which didn't conflict with anything she actually said in interviews. So yeah, this was all a complete nothing burger. Now, ordinarily, this isn't something I would think to mention, but this whole incident, I guess you could say, does show a pattern. That when asked about something that is weird and complicated, or maybe something kind of uncomfortable that Sweeney doesn't really want to talk about, Sweeney will just dance around the question.
I love tour guides at Universal.
I love jeans.
Maybe out of fear of making things worse? I don't know. But her refusing to give a straight answer about her feelings on the jeans ad did make things worse. I mean, there is a massive difference between maybe lying about working at a theme park and refusing to condemn white supremacy. She didn't have to give this big, grandiose speech about systematic oppression and the history of eugenics. Literally, all she had to say was, "Ew, no, of course I'm not racist." And she couldn't even do that. Not to mention that silence does not necessarily indicate a neutral stance. A lot of times, not commenting on a topic is interpreted as meaning that you're happy with the way things are and you don't want them to change. Because obviously, if you wanted something to change, you would say something about it. And considering the situation, a lot of people were interpreting Sweeney's refusal to make a comment as her being okay with people thinking it was a white supremacist ad. Now, again, to be fair to Sweeney, it would probably be hard to condemn the jeans ad in such a way that didn't make it look like she was throwing American Eagle under the bus. And considering how much of her finances apparently depend on doing these ads, she probably isn't trying to burn any bridges. But it's hard to deny how successful this campaign was. The Sydney Sweeney products at American Eagle, which includes her jeans and denim jacket, literally sold out. Now, Sweeney didn't actually profit off the sales of these products, at least as far as I can tell. The proceeds all went to a domestic violence charity.
I did read that your American Eagle collection benefited a domestic violence charity. Is that, do I have all that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is the only silver lining to this whole situation. Like, credit where credit is due, that is very nice. But yeah, in spite of the controversy, or maybe even because of it, the ad campaign was extremely successful. And even if Sweeney didn't make any money in jean sales, the jeans selling out would look good to other brands, and they would be likely to want to work with her in the future. So, if you want to look at this cynically, Sweeney might not have had an issue with the controversy, and maybe didn't want to drive away the horny MAGA bros because they were the ones consuming the sexy ads funding her career. I mean, Tommy Lauren said something that the MAGA bros didn't like, and it basically ended her career. What if the same thing happened here? And that would already be bad enough. But unfortunately, her refusing to speak didn't just empower random dudes on Twitter. It empowered Fox News. As mentioned before, Fox News was talking about the jeans ad more than they were talking about the Epstein files. They were finding literally anything else to talk about other than the evidence being released that the president they support likes children. Meaning Sydney Sweeney was being used to cover up the president's sex crimes from the general public. Obviously, that's not her fault. And as we've seen from the minuscule amount of backlash Immaculate got, if Sweeney did speak out against white supremacy or apologize or anything like that, conservatives would probably just say that the libs bullied her into it. But her choosing to stay silent made it easy for Fox News to use her like this. She just sat there and let herself be used as a pawn. Now, the GQ interview was uploaded on November 4th, 2025. Which was only 3 days before the theatrical release of Sweeney's new movie, Christy. Christy is the second film Sweeney produced under her production company 50/50 Films, and tells the true story of lesbian boxer Christy Salters, previously known as Christy Martin, as she becomes the first big star in women's boxing, while simultaneously being stuck in an abusive marriage. In the interview, Sweeney is asked directly if she thinks the controversy around the jeans ad would hurt Christy.
There's a chance that somebody will get some idea about what you think about certain issues and feel like, I don't want to see Christy because of that. Like, do you worry about that?
And she said no.
If somebody is closed off because of something they read online to a powerful story like Christy, I hope something else can open their eyes to being open to art and being open to learning. And I'm not gonna be affected by that.
Christy did not do well. It only made $2 million on a budget of $15 million, and Box Office Mojo has listed Christy as the 13th worst opening weekend of all time, which is, yeah, pretty bad. This all made people start to talk about Sweeney's other films that came out earlier that year too, because they didn't do very well either. We don't have any data on how well Echo Valley did, but I'm not willing to really count that one anyways, because it was an Apple TV film that had an extremely limited theatrical run. But Eden only made about $2 million on a budget of $55 million, and Americana $500,000 on a budget of about $9 million. Both Eden and Americana came out in August of 2025, which was right after the jeans ad initially aired. And with how hard Christy bombed, the general consensus at the time seemed to be that these movies bombed because of Sydney Sweeney, that she drove away people who would actually want to support her, and that the fan base she did cultivate were not the kinds of people who would want to watch a movie about a lesbian boxer. And Sweeney might have come around to thinking this too, because right before The Housemaid came out, she did an interview with People magazine where she didn't so much apologize or even condemn white supremacy directly, but she did acknowledge that keeping quiet did more harm than good, says that she doesn't believe in hate, and that she doesn't support the views some people choose to connect to the campaign, which a lot of people said was just her trying to save her image, so The Housemaid also didn't bomb. But if it was just Sydney Sweeney causing these movies to do badly, well, I guess the interview worked, because The Housemaid did great. It was a genuinely successful film and made like $1 billion. I would like to play devil's advocate here, though, and point out that there might be other reasons these movies bombed other than people being mad at Sweeney. Both Eden and Americana were made independently and then picked up by studios for distribution. And indie movies do function differently in the theater. Deadline did a pretty good write-up explaining that Americana's financier, Broad Studios, went bankrupt in 2023, and Lionsgate essentially rescued the film, purchasing the rights for only $3 million. They released it in theaters with very little marketing and kept it there for longer than usual to collect whatever money they could, and then it was expected to make the rest of the money back on streaming. Plus, the studio acquiring Americana meant that they now had a working relationship with Sweeney, which worked out because she later starred in their Housemaid movie, which, again, made a shitload of money. So yeah, technically, Americana wasn't a failure. And in any case, indie movies almost never do great in the theater. Like, I watch a lot of indie movies, and the theaters are pretty much always empty. And as much as it pains me, because a lot of my favorite movies the last few years have been smaller indie films, I do understand. Going to the movies is expensive. I've got one of those AMC memberships, so I get my movies for free. Not an ad, by the way. Here's a fun little video I filmed at my local AMC to prove it. But yeah, most people don't go to the movies enough to justify getting that membership. And so if they're gonna go spend between $30 and $40 at the movies, they wanna make sure it's worth the money. And seeing something completely new is a gamble, which is why sequels and franchises make a lot of money. Because people feel more comfortable going to see something if it's attached to something that they already enjoy. The Housemaid is based on a book, so it already had that built-in fan base, but Eden and Americana didn't, so they just didn't have that draw for a lot of people. And as mentioned before, Americana was barely advertised, and Eden was very much the same. I go to the movies a lot, I see a lot of trailers, and I never once saw a trailer for either of these movies. There are probably people out there who might have liked these movies who just didn't even know that they were coming out. Christy also got criticism for Sweeney being cast in the lead role, which was at least partially fueled by Ruby Rose posting on Twitter that she was supposed to play Christy Salter's love interest at one point, and that straight girl Sydney Sweeney ruined the movie. I don't personally feel comfortable commenting on that because there's been enough examples of straight people being accused of appropriating queer stories, only for it to turn out that they aren't actually straight. This isn't to say that I think Sydney Sweeney is queer, but as a general rule, I don't comment on who's allowed to tell queer stories. Actually, fun example I just found out about, Michael Mohan isn't straight. He doesn't really like to talk about it publicly, but he does say in a Reddit AMA that that part of himself does often seep into his work. I didn't know that when I recorded the earlier part, but yeah, apparently my queer reading of Cecilia isn't out of nowhere, because she was apparently written by someone within the LGBTQ community. Neat. But as far as just the quality of the biopic itself, Christy was at least more accurate than, say, Song Sung Blue, which was released around the same time. I'm still gobsmacked that Kate Hudson got a Best Actress nom at the Oscars for doing a Fargo accent that the real woman she's portraying does not have.
I get this call from this guy saying, hey, it's lightning here, and how would you like to be thunder?
Every time he comes to pick me up, he tries to connect with you, and you do not make it easy, Reach. He's very nervous about you coming.
At least Sweeney's accent is somewhat close to the real Christy Salters. Not only that, but Salters was actually on set while they were filming.
So how much of the production were you there? Were you there the whole time?
I was there a lot. I was probably there maybe 5 or 6 weeks, different times. So maybe I would be in for a week and then have to go do a fight or something, and I would come back for a couple weeks. So I was there a lot.
And she and Sweeney seem to have become friends.
So it was so much fun all the time, and we have a great bond now.
But the reason that we did this, and I told him they're stuck with me for life.
So, I mean, say what you want, it could have been a lot worse. I don't like biopics, I'm sorry. I'm not a good judge of what makes a good biopic. It offended me a lot less than Song Sung Blue did, I will say that, but I didn't enjoy it as much as Better Man. Better Man is actually another biopic that bombed pretty hard last year, and I would assume that happened because Robbie Williams is not a well-known musician in the United States. Rest of the world, yeah, but just completely skipped over this country for whatever reason. And that movie is honestly really, really good. But no one in the US wanted to go and see a biopic for someone they never heard of. Likewise, I don't know how well known Christy Salters is outside the world of boxing. I asked a bunch of people in my life if they'd ever heard of her, including people who like sports, and they all said no. So yeah, that might serve as an explanation right there. But I'm also not naive enough to say that Sweeney being in these films had nothing to do with them underperforming. People do often make decisions on whether or not to see something based on who is in it. Hell, I know a bunch of people who are huge fans of Wicked, the musical, but refuse to see the film adaptations because they hate Ariana Grande, or think Cynthia Erivo is weird. I have a friend who refuses to watch anything with Leonardo DiCaprio in it because of the whole doesn't date women over 25 thing. And if you look on the housemaid's Instagram, there are a lot of people talking about how they don't want to see the movie because Sydney Sweeney is in it. I did actually know that Americana and Eden were coming out, despite never seeing trailers for them, because I saw them while scrolling through the AMC app. And coming right off the heels of Sweeney's Jeans ad, seeing that she was starring in one movie called Eden and another called Americana, just bleh. This ended up being a case of don't judge a book by its cover, especially in the case of Americana, which skews very left.
My family resides in the Great Spirit. They are free of this wretched earth.
Come on, kid. This ain't exactly the golden age of cultural appropriation right now. You feel me?
But yeah, the Jeans ad did leave a bad enough taste in my mouth that I did choose to skip over a few of Sweeney's films. But honestly, it doesn't matter why these movies bombed, or even if they bombed at all. The narrative still became, these films bombed because of Sydney Sweeney. Even Halsey, who starred alongside Sweeney in Americana, was expressing frustration at people apparently boycotting the film due to Sweeney's controversy. To the public, it appeared that Sweeney had alienated any people who would take her seriously as an artist, and had cultivated a fan base of MAGA guys who only liked her for her appearance. Donald Trump might have said he liked her, but his reason for liking her is that she's hot and she's a Republican.
If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic.
So why would they go see a movie where she's playing a lesbian, a group that MAGA famously doesn't like and is covered up the whole time? She doesn't look like the hypersexual Barbie doll they were writing articles about, and that's her only appeal to them. If you want to be taken seriously as an actor and explore characters outside of what you're typically known for, this is the wrong audience to have. And I can imagine this was all terrifying for Sweeney. As someone who's trying to run a production company and make movies, I mean, how is she going to get people to finance her films if her name is automatically associated with box office failure? The interview with People's Magazine didn't seem to change anyone's opinions, as far as I could tell. I think the reason The Housemaid did so well is because it's an adaptation of a popular book, and because of positive word of mouth. I mean, that's why I saw it. I wasn't going to, but all I kept hearing was, oh my god, this movie is crazy, it's so much fun, and I got curious. The fan base of the book The Housemaid was based on is primarily women, so yeah, that's just another point towards the idea that horny men aren't the ones paying to see Sydney Sweeney movies. I think she got lucky that the book and Amanda Seyfried have such a dedicated fan base. I don't think her reputation as a filmmaker could have recovered if every single one of her movies that came out after the Jeans ad was considered a bomb. But she's really pulled it together in 2026. She's got some movies in the works, including a Housemaid sequel. Euphoria Season 3 is currently airing, at least at time of me recording. I've decided not to watch it until this video is done, but I've heard a lot of compliments about her performance. American Eagle brought her back for a second campaign. Insert 9/11 joke here. But yeah, like, I literally just found out about that a couple days ago. So yeah, I guess Sweeney keeping her silence did end up benefiting her brand relationships. And even Christy, arguably the biggest bomb in Sweeney's entire career, recently hit #1 on HBO Max. It's almost as if the disaster that was 2025 didn't even happen. Sydney Sweeney still might be hated by a lot of people. She'll probably always be hated by a lot of people. I think it's safe to say that the way the general public views her has changed forever. But her career is doing just fine. Now, I was watching this entire situation go down in absolute shock because, like I said, my introduction to Sydney Sweeney was through Immaculate. I knew her as the woman who killed baby Jesus with a rock, and who made a movie that pissed off at least 2 hardcore conservatives, maybe more. I know at least a few people laughed when I said that this video is about Sydney Sweeney, the artist, but I knew her as an artist before I knew her as a celebrity, and I genuinely respected her. Like, I thought it was cool as hell that she believed in this extremely loaded story about corruption in the Catholic Church and the bodily autonomy of women so much that she made it herself. During the whole sexy ad era, I was defending her online. Like, at least a couple times I left a comment saying, "No, I don't think you should say she's stupid. I think she's smart. She made Immaculate." And I still don't think she's stupid, for the record, and it bothers me that people just automatically jump to insulting her like that. Partially because, I mean, like, she's clearly not stupid, you know? She managed to somehow bounce back, like everything she did literally worked out for her. But also because I feel like that is letting her off the hook a little bit. Sweeney says in the GQ interview that she keeps her views in her art, and if anyone wants to know what she thinks about something, they can see it in her films.
I will always speak out about something that is important to me, and for me to speak out, I use art, and I think that through my characters in my movies, it's a way for me to be able to do my part that I can and spread awareness in different ways through my characters, and that's how I've always learned to communicate.
That's exactly what I did 2 years ago. The impression I got of Sydney Sweeney from Immaculate was that she had extremely strong beliefs and she would fight to get them on the screen.
So can you tell me something you did on Immaculate that you know you'll be able to look back on and say, damn, I'm really proud of what I did there?
I'm really proud of myself for not taking the answer no. I mean, I didn't get cast in the project to begin with. They didn't end up making the movie, and I didn't let that stop me.
And in interviews at the time of Immaculate's release, she seemed to believe in standing up for social causes.
In your opinion, how can actors/celebrities responsibly leverage their platforms to speak on social justice issues?
I think it's important to speak about the things that you're passionate about and just use your voice in a good and positive light.
So you can imagine how disheartening it was to watch her dance around condemning white supremacy. Do I think Sydney Sweeney is actually a white supremacist? No. I'm saying that with a question mark because I obviously don't know her. I don't know what's in her heart. Just like Immaculate isn't enough to say that she's a pro-choice woke leftist, the Jeans ad is not enough to say she's an ultra-hateful MAGA Barbie doll. I do genuinely believe that this was supposed to be a normal sexy ad that severely misfired. What is questionable, though, is that she chose to remain silent about the politics people were putting onto her until it seemingly began to hurt her career. I think that's gross. In an article of Cosmopolitan that came out earlier this year, Sweeney talks a little bit about the controversy. Still, no apology or even acknowledging why people were mad. It's vague. It's always vague. But what personally caught my attention was that Sydney Sweeney, the woman who made a movie where she crushed baby Jesus with a rock, said there's no politics in her art. And I quote, "I've never been here to talk about politics. I've always been here to make art. So this is just not a conversation I want to be at the forefront of. No, I'm not a political person. I'm in the arts. I'm not here to speak on politics. That's not an area I've ever even imagined getting into. It's not why I became who I am." Okay, so I understand that in context, Sydney Sweeney is saying that she doesn't like the MAGA Barbie label that's been put onto her, and that she does not want to be used in anyone's agenda. She just wants to make movies and live her life. And people keep reading politics into every little thing she does. She threw her mom a birthday party and everyone called her MAGA, made a jeans ad, and it became the biggest political talking point in the country. She wore a dress on live TV and conservatives made her their mascot. Her appearance is political. Literally, that article I read earlier, the one that just talked about her tits, said beauty is now political. The fact that things ended up escalating to such a ridiculous degree is ultimately on her for refusing to respond, but even still, I am sympathetic to how frustrating this all must feel. However, saying that she is in the arts and as such has nothing to say about politics is not the answer. Partially because people just interpreted that statement as her actually being right-wing and not wanting to admit it. So, yeah, the exact opposite of what I'm sure she wanted, but also because what she says here about art and politics being two separate things and she's doing one but not the other, that's just not true. All art is political, even something light and fluffy like a rom-com. Sweeney's reasoning for making Anyone But You was that she wanted to bring back the feelings that early 2000s rom-coms made her feel.
It was always, I wanted to bring back those early 2000 rom-coms that people went and then they left wanting to fall in love.
And I think that's a very nice sentiment, but it doesn't mean there isn't anything political in there at all. Rom-coms say stuff about gender dynamics and sexuality and what we think is acceptable at the time the movie was made. Anyone But You takes place at a lesbian wedding, and everyone is really chill about it. There aren't any gay jokes. That is, whether intended or not, a political statement. It's saying that gay people are normal, that gay marriage is normal, something that is unfortunately controversial right now. And God knows this never would have been a thing in the early 2000s rom-com Sweeney was trying to emulate, especially since Australia, where the movie is set, didn't even legalize gay marriage until 2017. And Anyone But You is not the only rom-com where a straight couple goes to a gay wedding. There are at least a couple more from the past few years. And that could mean something. Like, is this just an extension of the gay best friend trope? Or, like, are general audiences now to the point that they're open to having gay romance in their love stories, but only in the background? Because, like, actual gay rom-coms are still pretty rare. This isn't an observation I personally made, for the record. I don't really like rom-coms all that much. I'm a sad, bitter old hag. But yeah, you probably could make an interesting deep dive into the politics of rom-coms just from that one topic alone. However, I do understand that most people don't think rom-coms are political. They're often seen as cute, mindless love stories made to make people happy. And if Sweeney was just only doing rom-coms, I might be able to understand her point of view here, even if I disagree with it. But Sweeney has only made one rom-com. She has undeniably been in shows and movies that have political messaging. Most people who I saw push back on Sweeney's statements pointed out that she was in The Handmaid's Tale, which is so political that people dress up like handmaids at protests and political rallies. Sweeney herself played a child bride, which is a thing that is still allowed in 33 US states. But Sweeney also starred in the movie Reality, which is about the woman who exposed that the 2016 US presidential election was hacked. In fact, the entire point of Reality is to humanize Reality Winner and contrast how normal of a person she is with the way that she was demonized by the media. And also to educate Americans on the Espionage Act, which Winner was convicted under.
One of the most key things to this that would be interesting for more people in the United States and the world to understand is the Espionage Act under which she was charged, which is an act from 1917, about containing a flow of information before the digital age. And so it's this really, really old law that there's no way to defend against. So I think that's actually really relevant and interesting thing for people in the United States to understand that's still being deployed and what that means for all of us living in a democracy.
Sweeney is sitting right there while the director is saying all of that. I genuinely don't know how she could possibly think that there isn't anything political in this movie. And for that matter, did Sweeney not think it was political when she played a closeted lesbian who was almost murdered by her husband when she tried to leave him for a woman? What about when Sweeney gave this speech to Christy Salter's mother, declaring that she wasn't gonna put up with her homophobia anymore?
You might as well pull the trigger yourself. I wish I could have been the daughter you wanted me to be. I tried my whole life. I tried so fucking hard for you. And look where I am, Mama.
Christy Salters and Reality Winner are real people, and their lives are inherently political. Salters and her wife still have to deal with the fear of homophobia in their day-to-day lives, and Reality Winner received the harshest punishment ever given to a whistleblower, and suffered greatly in jail.
There would just be times when it almost wasn't worth it to see the end of this. And so...
You had thoughts of taking your own life?
Yes.
And now has to walk down the street knowing that half the country thinks she's a terrorist.
Because I'm still stained by them accusing me of being the same groups that I enlisted in the Air Force to fight against. So I don't let myself feel anything regarding the actual act or the charge until I can let it be known that I'm not what they said I was.
I have to wonder what it was about their lives that attracted Sweeney to play them in the first place. Because if she truly doesn't think that playing these real-life people is political, then what it comes off as is that Sweeney is just putting on their identities as a costume, because they are roles people wouldn't expect from her.
Every character that I did after that was challenging the viewer's perception of the type of characters that I do play. I mean, Reality, Christy.
And then just takes the costume off at the end of the day and doesn't give any consideration to the struggles these real life people have gone through. The GQ interview is very weird in this regard because the interviewer says that Sweeney doesn't make a lot of political art, but then lists Reality as an example.
And you did Reality, which I love, which brought a lot of attention and humanity to the story of Reality Winner, the whistleblower. It does not look like a very political career.
I don't understand that in the slightest. But the interviewer does push Sweeney a little bit on what topics are important to her. She lists off a bunch of movies that Sweeney made that were about domestic violence.
I mean, Christy is a story about domestic violence and specifically like homophobia and domestic violence. And The Housemaid, which I also saw, takes on domestic violence in a totally different genre.
And Sweeney confirms that that's a cause she cares about.
We spent a lot of time this year working around that issue, and I just wondered if it meant something to you.
It does. Which I believe, because as mentioned before, the proceeds from Sweeney's American Eagle line were going towards a domestic violence charity. And domestic violence is a political topic. Marital rape was legal until the 90s, and conservatives are actively trying to get rid of no-fault divorce, essentially trapping thousands of people in abusive situations. And The Housemaid, I would argue, aside from just talking about domestic violence, does also say a lot about misogyny, power dynamics, and how vulnerable people who served time in prison are when they're released. Specifically, that they're thrown out into the world with no way to support themselves and just have to figure it out, or else go back to jail.
But hold on to this job, Millie, and the living situation. You'll need both, or you'll be back at Bedford serving the 5 years left on your sentence.
Which makes them extremely susceptible to abuse. I understand people like the movie because it's a dumb thriller, but it does have politics in it. Like, it's not even hidden. It's just the story. And what about Cecilia? She is a character who was groomed by the church, impregnated against her will, and forced to give birth to a child she didn't want. Is none of that political? What was it about Cecilia that made Sweeney still want to play her 10 years later? What was it about her story that made her so unforgettable that Sweeney made an entire movie just to bring her to life? In my Terrifier 3 video, I discussed Terrifier creator Damien Leone putting out a statement claiming there's no politics in his films. And I talked about how horror is one of the most political genres there is, because it reflects the fears people have at the time. And I used Immaculate as an example of that, because it just seemed so obvious to me that Immaculate was a political movie. I thought that was going to be the least controversial thing I would be saying in that section. I was not expecting Sweeney to come out a few months later and contradict me. And, in fact, contradict herself. Since a little less than 3 months earlier, she said that she puts her views into her art.
I will always speak out about something that is important to me. And for me to speak out, I use art.
But I guess she just doesn't see those views as political, even though they unambiguously are. Sweeney and Leone aren't the only people in the film industry to come out and say that they aren't political. That's been a trend lately. Go watch Matt Bernstein's video on it. But Sweeney is one of the biggest examples of how her refusal to take any kind of a definitive side has poisoned her public image. Almost all the discussion leading up to Euphoria Season 3 was about how Zendaya hated Sweeney because of her politics and refused to be around her. And while I can't say for sure whether Sydney Sweeney's sexuality ruined Christy, her reputation when it released definitely did. Even if it's doing better now on streaming, Christy Salter's story is always going to be known as that movie that bombed because Sydney Sweeney made a racist jeans ad. And that sucks. If you hate Sydney Sweeney, just go watch the Christy Salters documentary on Netflix, because it is genuinely tragic that she got caught up in all of this bullshit. But I can't really blame anyone for feeling uncomfortable about Sweeney playing Christy, because, like, at At least when someone pointed out that Leone could be seen as a bigot after he claimed no politics, he immediately jumped back in to say he wasn't. Sydney Sweeney couldn't even do that. At least not till the housemaid was about to come out. And from an artistic perspective, it does put a lot of Sweeney's work into question. Work I previously saw a lot of meaning in, I suddenly had to reconcile with the fact that maybe there wasn't anything there at all. What did Sydney Sweeney mean by immaculate? Evidently, the answer is nothing. If there's no politics, no messaging, then what's left? It's just a spooky movie with spooky jump scares, and Sydney Sweeney gets to show off her acting chops for a few minutes at the end. And I find that deeply disappointing. However, I know that completely writing off Immaculate because Sydney Sweeney doesn't want to say her work is political is erasing the work of everyone else who was involved with the film. Because while Sweeney was involved with the entire process, it's not purely just her film. Which is something I think Sweeney would agree with me on. She literally named her production company 50/50 Films because she wants to be equal with everyone else on the production.
I truly believe that it takes everybody to create something. Like, it's not just one person. I want to be 50/50 with all of my partners. I want to make sure that everybody has equal deals, feels that they are all equally at the table, and I just want to make sure that I'm 50/50.
And while I can't speak as to what Immaculate means to everyone who worked on the film, it is pretty clear that Michael Mohan did put a lot of himself into it. And like Sweeney, he did make a statement that also looks like he doesn't think that there's politics in his film. According to the themes section on Immaculate's Wikipedia page, Mohan had apparently said that his movie does not have a social message, and it quotes him as saying that he doesn't want the audience to think that they're social justice warriors. However, going to the actual interview itself, I found that it has a completely different context than how it looks on Wikipedia. The full quotes are, "I don't want anyone to think that I've made a film with a message in it, because it's a roller coaster ride, first and foremost. But I also think that something that anybody who's Catholic has to deal with is reconciling our own feelings toward what the church's beliefs are versus what our beliefs are, and being able to pick and choose what we do and don't believe within that structure." And then when he's asked about the conservative backlash, he says, "I don't think of it as a problem. I think it's a necessary conversation, and if a film can inspire that conversation, then we've done our job. But I also want to be really clear. I want that conversation to be started by the audience. I don't want them to look at us and go, 'Look at those social justice warriors. We made a horror movie that's fucked up and crazy. We smuggled gonzo horror into a mainstream package. The fact that kids in suburban multiplexes get to witness this ending is just fucking insane to me.'" So, looking at the full context, it seems to me that he's saying that he doesn't want the movie to be preachy. He doesn't want the characters to look directly at the camera and say what he, the filmmaker, thinks. Because he knows that no one would watch a movie that just lectures them. He intended on making a fucked up horror movie that inspired the audience to have a conversation, without him having to dictate it. And I mean, later in the interview, he talks about how the baby is a metaphor. So clearly there are themes he wanted explored in this movie. He just wanted to keep them subtle so the audience could figure them out for themselves. And Sydney Sweeney seems to have a similar philosophy.
Whether the story makes you either question things or excites me or challenges, it's truly just Do I think that this will be a conversation piece for people? Do I think that this will make people feel a certain way?
Like in the GQ interview, she says almost that exact same sentiment verbatim.
I've always believed that I'm not here to tell people what to think. I'm just here to kind of open their eyes to different ideas.
But then you look at her Q&As or read her interviews, and she clearly has a lot of messages and themes that she's put into her work. Sweeney thinks Christy is an important film. She hopes it'll save lives.
I think Christy's changed my life. I think that she will probably be the most important character that I'll ever play, and the most important story that I'll tell. And she says that she hopes this movie saves lives, and I hope that it does too. And if we can be a part of that mission and helping Christy champion her story, then it's the most proud I'll ever be.
Sweeney talked about how Cecilia was just seen as a vessel, that she had to learn to take control of her life. She talks about how the scariest part of Immaculate is that something like it could happen in real life.
I just thought that it was such an interesting concept of the horror and the fears and the terror all stemming from reality. A lot of the fear and the terror and the horror comes from a place of realism, where Cecilia, one, she is trapped in this convent, but then also the thing that terrifies her the most and the thing that's torturing her the most is growing inside her.
Even that she fought so hard to keep the scene of Cecilia in the border guards in says a lot about what kind of message she wanted the movie to get across. Just based on what I've personally seen from these two, I'd say that for Mohan, Immaculate is about losing your faith. And for Sweeney, it's about objectification and gaining back your sense of self. These are, seemingly, very personal themes for these two people, and they blend together beautifully. So no, I don't believe Sweeney when she says she isn't in the arts to be political. I think she has political opinions, and I think she puts them into her work on purpose. Immaculate, without a doubt, did mean something to her when she made it. But at this point, we're never going to know exactly what that is. And maybe that's okay. Maybe trying to figure out what Immaculate means to Sydney Sweeney is less important than what it means to me. The repealing of Roe v. Wade in 2022 was a devastating blow for a lot of people. It was terrifying to see a right you've taken for granted your whole life be stripped away overnight. And while having Immaculate and the First Omen come out almost back to back in the beginning of 2024 didn't fix anything or even really take away that terror, it was clear that these two movies understood that fear. And Immaculate in particular was telling me that it was okay to be angry. Because if I was going to describe how the end of Immaculate feels for me, it's angry. In that way, Immaculate reminds me a lot of The Substance. The Substance feels like it's rubbing your face in the problem and making you look directly at it. The audience at the New Year's Eve show, as well as the audience watching this at home, are being forced to look at the consequences of enforcing unattainable body standards onto women right in the face. And Immaculate, similarly, makes us stare directly into Cecilia's face as she's forced to go through the agony the convent has put her through. For all the complaints that the movie doesn't show us the baby isn't the point here. What it looks like doesn't matter. The church only had eyes for the child. The church didn't care what kind of pain they were putting Cecilia through as long as they got their baby in the end. So it only seems fitting that the film is making us look directly at Cecilia and see for ourselves what has been done to her. Pregnancy, just normal, regular pregnancy without demonic involvement is a long, stressful, painful experience. And isn't it inhumane to make someone go through that against their will? Isn't it inhumane to force someone into being an incubator for a child conceived through assault who is doomed to suffer and die shortly after birth? Isn't it inhumane how she was denied healthcare, wasn't allowed near people who stood up for her, and was lied to about her own body by the very people that she should have been able to trust? Isn't Cecilia a person? Doesn't her pain matter? The movie makes her pain inescapable. It's taking up the entire screen. There's nothing else for you to look at. Nothing else for you to listen to but her screams. At the time, watching this in the theater, it felt almost cathartic. It felt like the film was taking my hand and telling me that yes, all those fears you have about your sisters, your nieces, that one friend you had in college who started attending conferences about how to be a submissive wife and then dropped off the planet. You're right to be scared. You're right to be angry. You're right to feel like this is wrong. Having this movie and then the First Omen almost back to back felt like a comfort. Yeah, maybe the government is fucked. Maybe the whole country is fucked. But art is still here, and it's doing what it has always done. Given a voice to the people whose voices have been taken away. And I think that's something we've seen consistently through the past few years. Art has not bowed to fascism. Maybe that's why it was so crushing to see Sweeney, whether directly or indirectly, lead into the system it felt like Immaculate was speaking out against. I think there is still a lot to appreciate about Immaculate, and I am able to do that despite the shit show of the past year. Much like I can still appreciate Rosemary's Baby despite how awful Roman Polanski turned out to be. Extremely different situation, I know. Sydney Sweeney hasn't done anything nearly as bad as Polanski. There is a point to be made about the death of the author and how a movie can say one thing while its creator says another. Or, in this case, when its creator refuses to say anything at all. But I do want to make it clear, I don't think Sydney Sweeney is a villain. She has the right to believe in whatever she wants, and she has the right to choose when and if she ever shares those beliefs. But there are consequences for choosing to stay silent, and while Sweeney's career has completely recovered, she has lost an incredible amount of trust the past couple of years, not just as a celebrity or a person, but as an artist. If I'd gotten the news in 2024 that Sydney Sweeney is starring in a new horror movie, I would have been thrilled. But after everything that's happened, I didn't feel anything. I might still watch it, like I watch pretty much every horror movie that comes out, but I'm not excited for it in the slightest. The end of Immaculate meant a lot to me in the moment, and going through it for this video has given me a deeper appreciation of the movie as a whole. I think I kind of love it now. At the very least, I love it in the same way I love Cherry Falls, in that it's an extremely flawed film, but it's so thematically rich. There's so much to think about and examine, and I am genuinely glad it exists. And I'm glad it's allowed me to have these interesting discussions with my friends and analyze the way I personally feel about some complex topics. I'm walking away from this video with a deeper understanding of myself, and I am grateful for that. And it really is fascinating to look back on this film in hindsight, having experienced everything we have the past couple of years. This movie no one seems to care about almost betrays the persona Sweeney has taken on. It almost betrays that she actually believes in something, Something maybe her new conservative fan base and financiers wouldn't like. The Sydney Sweeney from 2 years ago seemed so passionate. She seemed like someone who had a voice and wasn't afraid to use it. Now she's denying that voice even exists. And you know what? Message received. Loud and clear. If you have nothing to say, then I have no reason to listen.